Chapter 5:15. A mysterious smile appeared on Enlin's face, and the 12 snow soul beasts were suddenly struck by a sense of foreboding. He brought out 12 steamers of stuffed buns and distributed them to all the snow soul beasts. The delicious aroma of the stuffed buns wafted through the entire space, and even Lu Choo Choo and the others couldn't help but swallow involuntarily, let alone the snow soul beasts. "These are stuffed buns ignored by Dubai. Have a taste," he said. The snow soul beasts were unable to resist this temptation, and they immediately began to chomp down on the buns. He didn't know if he didn't eat it, but once he did, his whole body exploded. He couldn't stop. The snow soul beasts instantly wiped out all of the stuffed buns in the steamers before turning to Enlin with insatiable expressions. "Follow me, and you'll be able to eat these delicious stuffed buns every day." Enlin extended an olive branch. This was a very effective way to attract the attention of many snow soul beasts, and they instantly expressed their agreement. However, there were also some who were hesitant, including Shui Zhantian, who refused with a firm expression. Right at this moment, Enlin spoke again, and his voice was as cold as the wind that had been frozen for 10,000 years. "Submit to me, and you'll have stuffed buns to eat or die." He also activated his divine might technique at this moment. A golden light flashed through his eyes as golden ripples proliferated through the air, and his paramount aura swept toward the 12 snow soul beasts. The power of the snow soul beasts had already been sealed, so they were looking at Enlin as if they were looking at a mighty divine king. This divine king was looking down upon them, giving them the choice of submitting, living, or dying. All of the snow soul beasts were about to piss themselves in fear. In particular, Shui Zhantian, who loved to crush the heavens and crush the heavens, had been completely intimidated by Enlin's peerless aura. It stared up at Enlin with its big, round eyes, and it was on the verge of saying, "I do." Lu Choo Choo was also astonished. Never would she have thought that Enlin would be even more shameless than her. How could Enlin say such cruel things to such adorable snow soul beasts? "Enlin, you've gone too far. The snow soul beasts are so adorable. How could you scare them like that?" Lu Choo Choo couldn't help but yell with rage. "I'm serious. What's your choice?" Enlin looked down at the snow soul beasts on the ground with an indifferent expression, and his voice sounded like it was descending from the heavens. It was ethereal, profound, and dignified. "Yeah." A bunch of snow soul beasts rolled around Enlin as they flapped their wings incessantly. "So this is coercion and bribery. I'm willing." Shui Zhantian spoke with a hint of humiliation and reverence in his voice. "Yeah!" the 11 snow soul beasts yelled in unison. Lu Choo Choo's eyes widened with incredulity as she stared at the snow soul beasts before her. Agreed? The snow soul beasts actually agreed. They were actually willing to recognize such a cruel person as their master. It's just that it consumes a little blood essence." And Lin chuckled. He formed a hand seal and cut his finger. 12 drops of golden blood flew toward 12 different snow soul beasts. A pet beast contract was an equal contract that could only be established if both parties were willing. If one of them was resistant, they would not be able to successfully establish such a contract. The 12 drops of golden blood fell onto the heads of the snow soul beasts at Enlin's command. If the blood essence could seep into the bodies of the snow soul beasts, then the contract had been established. Enlin stared at the snow soul beasts with a nervous expression before his heart sank. This was because he could see that his blood essence wasn't absorbed by the snow soul beast's head at all. The golden blood on the snow soul beast's head glowed with a dazzling light. To Enlin, this was a critical strike. How could this be? Enlin's eyes dimmed as he murmured to himself. A vibrant smile appeared on Lu Choo Choo's face. "Haha, you can't force someone to do something like this. You won't be able to gain true loyalty and sincerity through this method." Her voice had only just fallen when a loud thump sounded, and Lin and Lu Chu turned toward Xue Zhantian, and they drew a sharp intake of breath. How could this be? Lu Chu's body swayed slightly, and the light in her eyes dimmed as she murmured to herself. And Lin was ecstatic as he ran over to Xue Zhantian. Ah, Xue Zhantian, I love you to death. A faint blush appeared on Xue Zhantian's face as he bared his canines. Don't get too carried away. I didn't really want to acknowledge you as my master, and I wasn't attracted by your aura either. I was forced to do this. You're so adorable, you're always right. And Lin picked Xue Zhantian up and rubbed his face against his snowy white fur. Lu Chu clasped her hands over her chest with grief and disappointment on her face. She knew that Xue Zhantian's claim that he was forced to do this wasn't true. After all, both parties had to agree to establish a pet beast contract. Under normal circumstances, the snow soul beasts should have been resistant to Lin's forceful methods. But who would have thought that Xue Zhantian wouldn't reject him? This was simply incredible. Xue Zhantian, can you persuade your underlings to join my beast pet team? And Lin asked excitedly as he held Xue Zhantian in his arms. Xue Zhantian flapped his wings before replying, Don't waste your energy. Snow soul beasts like us mature very late due to our extremely powerful ice-type Dao roots and the nourishment provided by the hanging ice lake. As such, we won't be able to sign beast pet contracts with you before we reach a high level of intelligence. Oh, and Lin came to a sudden realization. No wonder his 11 drops of blood essence had failed. So this was the reason. Lu Chu's body swayed unsteadily upon hearing this. So this was the reason why Lin had failed, not because of the snow soul beast's resistance. And Lin turned to Lu Chu with an apologetic expression. I'm sorry. I didn't think things would turn out like this. The corners of Lu Chu's lips twitched as a blank expression appeared on her face. She was unable to describe what she was feeling at that moment. The beast pet she wanted the most was Xue Zhantian. Now that Xue Zhantian was gone, she could accept any other snow soul beasts. But now she found out that she was unable to establish beast pet contracts with the other snow soul beasts. She still didn't know how to grieve over the fact that all her efforts were in vain. Is there really no way? Is there any way I can help them improve their intelligence? I really want to carry one home. Lu Chu pouted as she looked down at the snow soul beasts on the ground with a pitiable expression. Xue Zhantian chuckled coldly. Woman, seeing as you've just offered to spare the rest of the snow soul beasts, I'll be merciful enough to tell you a way to turn the tide. Lu Chu's eyes lit up, and she asked in a panicked voice, What is it? Xue Zhantian pointed to one of the snow soul beasts with his wing. This is my little brother, Xue Patian, and he's at the true power final stage. He's on the brink of a breakthrough, and if you can help him progress to the pinnacle of the true power final stage, his intelligence will definitely mature, and you can try to make him accept you as his master. Progress. Lu Chu's brows furrowed as she thought to herself for a moment before bringing out 3 immortal fruits imbued with the power of frost. These are 8th grade immortal fruits that I obtained after killing 2 snow maidens, snow essence wolf fruits. If you agree to become my beast pet, I'll give them to you. How does that sound? And Lin swallowed upon hearing this. She had even killed 2 soul formation stage snow maidens. Just how many people had she killed in the ancient Tai Chu realm? Xue Patian stared at the 8th grade immortal fruits with an expression of yearning as he rolled around on the ground while flapping his wings. I'll take that as a yes. Lu Chu handed a snow essence wolf fruit to Xue Patian. Xue Patian opened his mouth and began to munch on the fruit. After finishing the fruit, he stared at Lu Chu with his big, round eyes, which were shimmering with a faint blue light. Good boy. Lu Chu stroked Xue Patian's hand as she handed him the 2nd snow essence wolf fruit. Shue Patian eagerly picked up the snow essence wolf fruit and continued to munch on it, but he was still yearning for more. Lu Chuchu's brows furrowed slightly at the sight of the snow soul beast's cultivation base, and she handed him the third snow essence wolf fruit. Shue Patian also finished the third snow essence wolf fruit, and the chubby ball of fur circled around Lu Chuchu excitedly. Lu Chuchu's heart was throbbing with pain. Had she fed all 3 immortal fruits to a dog? Why hadn't the snow soul beast experienced any change? And Lin coughed lightly upon seeing Lu Chuchu's expression. Ahem, did you forget to undo the seal on your power, and that's why the snow soul beast is unable to make a breakthrough? Ah, how could I have forgotten about that? Lu Chuchu's eyes lit up. She immediately snapped her fingers, and a golden light suddenly erupted from Shue Potion's round body, immediately following which his aura began to soar explosively. Boom! Shue Patian seemed to have broken through some kind of shackle, and a frosty aura began to emanate from his body. My little brother has already reached the pinnacle of the final stage. Shue Zhantian's eyes lit up slightly. Lu Chuchu made a series of hand seals before slicing open a gash on Shue Potion's arm. Blood essence flew toward Shue Patian as she spoke in a gentle voice. Shue Patian, come with me. I'll take you on a killing spree so you can eat more fruits. How domineering! Shue Zhantian praised, and Lin nodded. This was the Lu Chuchu he knew. Shue Patian had clearly been won over by the immortal fruit, and he excitedly absorbed Lu Chuchu's blood essence. Lu Chuchu hugged Shue Patian with an elated expression. You're so adorable. I'm going to make you even cuter than Shue Zhantian. Let's start with your name. I'm going to change your name from Shue Patian to Shue Mengmeng from now on. Yeah. Shue Mengmeng shook his head from side to side, as if he was very pleased with his new name. And Lin, Shue Zhantian was enraged. How dare you? How dare you disrespect your elders? How dare you abandon the name I gave you? And you're so happy. I feel like I've raised a fake little brother. Chapter 516. Lu Chuchu pursed her lips and ignored Shue Zhantian's enraged words. Instead, she turned to the other 10 snow soul beasts with a forlorn expression. Are we going to leave these snow soul beasts behind? They're very adorable, so it's a pity to leave them here. And Lin shrugged. I can't sign beast pet contracts with them, so I can't bring them back to the Tai Chu continent. Sigh. Lu Chuchu looked at the snow soul beasts with a hint of longing in her eyes before squatting down. You have to grow up and cultivate hard. Big Sister will come to find you in 500 years. And then I'll take you on a trip to a new world. You have to wait for me to come back, all right? And Lin looked at Lu Chuchu with a speechless expression. 500 years? How could she think about something so far in the future? All of the snow soul beasts chirped incessantly around Lu Chuchu, and Shue Mengmeng also chirped with reluctance on its face, as if it were bidding farewell to Lu Chuchu. Only Shue Zhantian's style was different. He immediately recited a poem, a bosom friend in the sea, a neighbor in the distance. After successfully harvesting the beast pet, Lu Chuchu removed the restrictions on the other snow soul beasts and bade farewell to them. After a short while, Lin and the others decided to leave the hanging ice lake. After all, that place was simply too cold, and no one with a special constitution would be able to withstand it. Hong Do was carried out of the cave by Ling Ying's tentacles, and Lin used his divine flame to defrost Hong Do with a resigned expression. Due to the fact that Hong Do had left the glacial realm, his flame of life began to dissipate, and he regained consciousness. He looked at Lin and Lu Chuchu, as well as the adorable round snow soul beast flying beside them with a confused expression. Did I miss something? It asked curiously. And Lin couldn't be bothered to explain, and he shook his head. Let's go. The Qing dynasty has already fallen. Thus, everyone began their search for realm essence crystals again. Next, we'll go to the main peak of the Heavenly Snow Abyss Mountain. That's the place closest to the Heavenly Abyss, and there's a very high chance that Realm Essence crystals will appear there. And Lynn pulled out a small map and marked out a few important locations before speaking. The Heavenly Snow Abyss Snow Mountain was not very far from where they were, only about 1,000 miles away. Therefore, from where they were, they could vaguely see the shocking crack in the sky. The closer he got, the more he could feel the darkness and depth of the crack. It was impossible to tell what was inside the crack. It was like a giant mouth that could devour everything, emitting the aura of chaos and destruction. After flying for a while, Lu Chu-Chu chose the summit of a mountain and used her eye technique to survey the surroundings of the main peak of the Heavenly Snow Abyss Mountain. She was the best scout in Lynn's team. She could investigate the surrounding environment to the greatest extent, discover the enemy's tracks in advance, and seize the opportunity to defeat the enemy. Lu Chu-Chu stood at the summit of a tall mountain, and after casting her gaze into the distance, her eyes quickly converged on the summit of the main mountain with an extremely surprised expression on her face. There was a hint of mockery in her voice. "Oh, there's a battle on the summit. It's a battle between ghosts," and Lynn blinked in confusion. "What do you mean by a battle between ghosts?" "There are 4 lizard dragons battling 6 snow maidens near the summit." TSK, TSK, TSK. These lizard dragons are so powerful, the snow maidens are no match for them at all. Lu Chu-Chu's expression was one of schadenfreude, and Lynn came to a sudden realization. The lizard dragons were part of the dragon tribe of the Western Heavenly Dragon Forest, and they were also enemies of the Celestial Court. They had extremely rich resources, and their inheritances were very complete, so all of them were extremely powerful. All of them were able to take on many enemies at the same cultivation base. In that case, after the lizard dragons kill those 6 snow maidens, we'll be able to reap the spoils of war. 10 storage rings. Lu Chu-Chu's eyes were already glowing with excitement as she spoke. And Lynn knew that Lu Chu-Chu's occupational disease was acting up again. However, he didn't say anything this time. He didn't have a good impression of the snow maidens to begin with, and he didn't feel anything other than curiosity after learning about the battle between the 2 opposing powers. Even his friend Shangguan, he had been captured by the snow maidens. So how could he have any other feelings toward the snow maidens who were about to be killed by the Western Heavenly Dragon? Wait, Shangguan-yi? And Lin's expression faltered as a thought suddenly occurred to him. If the ancient divine division could allow snow maidens of the soul formation stage to enter, then could Shangguan-yi, who is a soul formation final stage powerful being, have also entered this place? Meanwhile, on the main peak of the Heavenly Snow Abyss Mountain, an inky black dragon over 100 feet in length, with gale force winds revolving around its body, tore through the ice crystal defenses of one of the snow maidens with terrifying might before mercilessly tearing her body apart. "Ha! I'll gladly accept the energy essence of this snow maiden." A cruel smile appeared on the black dragon's face as it swallowed the snow maiden that had been slain. "I swear I'm going to kill you." Palace leader Chi flapped her wings of ice and snow as she abruptly pounced toward the black dragon. She made a hand seal toward the black dragon, upon which the blue ancient seal expanded in size before instantly vanquishing the gale force winds around the black dragon's body before crashing into his body. Boom! The black dragon's body caved in upon being struck by the ancient seal, and it flew back with blood gushing from its mouth. Right at this moment, another snow maiden let loose a sharp cry. In that instant, a white dragon, wielding a pair of golden swords, had already sliced a snow maiden in half. "Palace leader, we have to run. If this continues, we're all going to die here." A petite snow maiden pleaded with Palace leader Chi with a pleading expression on her face. She had no intention of sacrificing herself here. A fear of death engulfed her entire body, and she didn't have much battle intent left in her. Palace Leader Qi's expression remained unchanged upon hearing this. Lu Wei, don't forget our mission. We can't abandon Shangguan Yi. Even if we die, we have to die before Shangguan Yi. Lu Wei pursed her lips with an expression of indignation and remorse on her face. At this moment, the lightning dragon, enshrouded in blue lightning, roared as it pounced toward her at an extremely fast speed. Without Palace Leader Qi's protection, even escaping would be an extravagant hope for her. All that awaited her was death. There was no way out. Lu Wei let loose an enraged roar as she slashed toward the lightning dragon with all her might, only to be knocked flying by the boundless lightning in front of her. Not only was the blue lightning extremely powerful, but it also had the effect of sealing off one's meridians and sea of vital energy, as well as paralyzing one's entire body. She had been wounded by the lightning, and an expression of despair appeared on her face as she looked at the lightning lizard dragon pouncing toward her again. A forlorn smile appeared on her face as she lamented in her heart. In the end, she was just another person's sacrificial offering. However, right at this moment, a figure suddenly appeared before her with golden lightning revolving around his black longsword. The lightning lizard dragon let loose an enraged roar. You dare to interfere, human? F***CK off. Otherwise, I'll blast you to death. As it spoke, the lightning around its body roared as it pounced toward the white-robed man. The fearsome lightning was imbued with an earth-shattering boom as it lit up the entire sky. A faint smile appeared on the white-robed man's face. Blast me to death? That's the funniest joke I've heard this year. You still don't know what real lightning is. The man slashed his black longsword through the air toward the lightning lizard dragon, and a golden lightning sword projection imbued with the power to annihilate the void pierced through space. When the sword projection came into contact with the oncoming lightning, the lightning suddenly changed directions as if it had a mind of its own, and it coordinated with the lightning sword projection as it pounced toward the lizard dragon. No, how is this possible? The lightning lizard dragon's eyes widened as an expression of shock and disbelief appeared on its face. In the next instant, the golden lightning sliced its bulky body in half, leaving a dazzling trail of golden lightning in its wake as blood splattered through the air. Lu Wei stared blankly at the scene unfolding before her. That man's powerful and confident figure was deeply engraved into her mind. Is that a human? I was saved by a human? Lu Wei felt like she was dreaming. Chapter 517. It was no wonder that Lu Wei would think this way. After all, the Snow Maidens and the humans were enemies. Although it wasn't the kind of vendetta where one side had to wipe out the other, the relationship between the two tribes had never been good. Following the events of the 10,000 Spirits Immortal Sect and the Vermilion Bird Sect, the conflict between the two tribes had become more and more intense, and it was common for them to fight on sight. It was no wonder that she was dumbstruck that an extremely powerful human had suddenly appeared to save her at a time like this. Thank you. Lu Wei was momentarily dazed before replying. The man turned sideways and glanced at Lu Wei. His pitch-black and bright eyes were so indifferent that there was not a trace of emotion. He turned toward the massive ice crystal at the center of the mountain, and his expression finally shifted. It really is you, Sister Shangguan Yi. The man was none other than Enlin, and there was a hint of nostalgia and joy on his face as he looked at the woman meditating within the ice crystal. The woman's eyes were tightly shut, and a blue dress was draped over her snowy skin. Her long black hair had already transformed into the long silver hair of the Snow Maidens, and a black symbol flashed lightly between her brows as she continued to absorb some kind of power from the crack in the ice crystal. Sister Shangguan Yi, it's me, Enlin. Enlin called from outside. Shangguan Yi's eyelashes trembled slightly, but she didn't open her eyes. Enlin? He's Enlin? Lu Wei stared at the man standing not far away with an astonished expression on her face. Enlin's feats had already spread throughout the entire Holy Glacial Lands, and he was a man who had become a legend. Many powerful snow maidens believed that he was the main reason why they had failed to obtain the holy flame at the Vermilion Bird Sect. And Lin's sudden appearance had alerted both the snow maidens and the lizard dragons. And Lin, palace leader Chi, stared the man standing beside the massive ice crystal with shock and bewilderment on her face. "How dare you kill my brother? Die!" One of the massive flaming dragons was enraged by the death of the lightning dragon, and it couldn't even be bothered to crush the severely wounded snow maiden before it. Instead, it opened its mouth to blast forth boundless crimson flames, which formed a massive wave that swept toward Enlin. A small figure tore through the air and rushed in front of Enlin at an extremely fast speed. A white long sword waved in the void, and a huge ice-blue lotus instantly formed, enveloping her and Enlin. Rumble! The crimson flame waves engulfed the summit, turning it into an endless sea of fire. The ice-blue lotus swayed in the sea of fire, but it didn't melt. Instead, it became even more beautiful and dazzling. "Tina, don't worry about me. Hurry up and take care of the rest of the lizard dragons," and Lin said calmly. "All right." With a swoosh sound, the tiny figure pierced through the sea of fire and rushed toward the giant flame dragon. "You overestimate yourself." The giant flame dragon cackled with rage at the sight of the tiny figure pouncing toward it. It opened its cavernous mouth, and vital energy surged for over a kilometer as fearsome flame power converged toward it. However, right at this moment, two snow soul beasts charged toward the giant flame dragon like shooting stars, and the terrifying power of extreme frost erupted outward, causing the giant flame dragon's movements to falter slightly. "Humph, Mir!" The giant flame dragon didn't even get a chance to finish its sentence before countless white lightning tentacles hurtled through the air before quickly wrapping themselves around its scorching body. A flaming rock golem descended from the sky before striking the giant flame dragon's head with a devastating fist. Boom! A powerful shockwave swept forth in all directions. The giant flame dragon felt its head jolt as excruciating pain shot through its body, and its spell technique was forcibly disrupted. It was also at this moment that the two snow soul beasts had already reached it before unleashing two head-on charges toward its lower abdomen. Snow soul beasts didn't know much else, but their innate ability was brutal charge. The terrifying power imbued with their head-on charges was comparable to a full-force attack from a cultivator at the soul formation pinnacle stage. Boom! The giant flame dragon's abdomen caved in as shockwaves swept forth for several kilometers. Its eyes widened as it threw up a large puddle of flames and blood. The giant flame dragon had only just raised its head when it was greeted by the sight of a scintillating blue sword projection imbued with boundless frost intent. The tiny figure in front of it struck it with an extremely terrifying feeling, and it felt as if death had enveloped its entire body. The giant flame dragon was in despair. With so many powerful beings working together, it was no longer possible for it to retaliate, and it was beaten senseless by the coordinated attacks of so many powerful beings. The blue sword projection fell and sliced open the giant flame dragon's body, ending its life with the power of extreme frost. The white dragon, wielding its golden swords, slain another snow maiden at lightning speed. Immediately afterward, it exchanged a glance with the black dragon, and both of them chose to flee in unison. Don't even think about running. Palace leader Chi abruptly charged toward the black dragon closest to her. The black dragon roared with rage, and a terrifying wind pressure burst forth in all directions, causing the surrounding mountains to crack open. Even Palace leader Chi was knocked back by the force of the explosion. Hee, no one can compare to me in terms of speed. The black dragon's body was enshrouded in flowing winds, and it looked at Palace leader Chi with a mocking expression before spreading open its massive wings and flying into the distance. A pink arrow pierced through the air with crimson lightning imbued with its body. There was still a faint smile on the black dragon's face, but it didn't have time to retract its smile as it turned toward a certain direction, and its pupils contracted slightly. A beam of pink and red light expanded in its field of vision, and everything turned crimson in the blink of an eye before plunging into darkness. The arrow pierced through the black dragon's head, and its massive head was instantly pulverized by the terrifying power of the arrow. All of the snow maidens stared blankly at the scenes unfolding before their eyes, unable to come to their senses. Palace leader Chi looked toward the direction from which the arrow had come, and her body shuddered involuntarily as she exclaimed in shock, "I can't detect his aura through my divine sense, and it's out of my field of vision. What a terrifying technique!" The dual sword-wielding white dragon unleashed a mystic technique without hesitation upon seeing this, and it fled even faster. Over 10 kilometers away, Lu Chu-Chu put down her pink longbow, and her features were slightly pale as she heaved a light sigh of relief. "It's a pity that I'm missing a storage ring." She sighed with a slightly forlorn expression. That arrow was already her limit, and the white dragon was simply too fast. If she really wanted to kill the white dragon, she would have to expend all of her energy, and she would also be severely wounded by the backlash, so it wasn't worth it. A tiny figure flew through the air toward the corpses on the ground. Tina had already become a professional collector of storage rings, and she quickly collected the 3 storage rings of the dragon tribe and the 3 storage rings of the snow maidens before flying toward Lin with a wide grin on her face. The faces of the 3 remaining snow maidens convulsed slightly upon seeing Tina looting the corpses, but they didn't dare to say anything. They could only gather together in silence as they looked at Lin and the others with cautious expressions. And Lin stowed away the 6 storage rings, and he planned to split the spoils after everything was over. He turned toward the 3 snow maidens with a faint smile. "Let's get down to business now." Chapter 5:18. Get down to business? The 3 snow maidens' hearts jolted with shock. They had expended too much energy in order to deal with the dragon tribe. From the power displayed by Lin and the others, they would undoubtedly lose if a battle were to break out. "What do you want?" Palace leader Chi asked in a cold voice. Lu Wei was also looking at Lin with a nervous expression as she gripped her long sword tightly in case Lin attacked. And Lin shook his head with a faint smile. "You already know who I am, so can't you guess what I want? If it weren't for Shangguan Yi, all of you would be dead now." He clasped his hands behind his back. "So, I'm going to start asking questions now. Number 1. What is Shangguan Yi doing in the crystal?" The 3 snow maidens stared at Lin with cold expressions. "And Lin, are you really going to give me no face?" "This is a confidential matter of our tribe, so I can't tell you," Palace leader Chi replied with a determined expression. "You won't tell me even if you die?" And Lin asked. "I won't tell you even if I die." Palace leader Chi stared at Lin with a determined expression, and Lin's eyes narrowed as killing intent radiated from his body. At the same time, a golden light flashed through his eyes as golden ripples proliferated outward. Lu Wei and the other snow maidens' bodies immediately tensed up as they stared at Lin. It was as if they were looking at a paramount being, sending chills running down their spines. Even so, they still gritted their teeth and refused to say anything. Xue Zhantian's body also began to tremble as he sensed Lin's aura. "It's here. Master's invincible aura is here. I will definitely be able to break through the heavens with him." And Lin heaved an internal sigh upon seeing the snow maidens' reactions. If it weren't for the fact that he was worried that all of the snow maidens would die and Shangguan Yi would be trapped in the crystal, he would have given up on these snow maidens a long time ago. Thus, the 2 parties stood in midair in a stalemate. Lu Wei's eyes lingered on Xue Zhantian and Xue Mengmeng with scorching desire in her eyes. Those were snow soul beasts. They were the beast pets of her dreams. "It's really too cute. I really want to touch it." It was a pity that she couldn't do anything on her own during this mission. Otherwise, She would definitely try to capture a snow soul beast for herself. Enlin, what should we do next? Ling Ying floated towards Enlin and asked. Enlin's head was starting to throb. Even the snow maidens didn't choose to flee in the face of such powerful dragon tribe cultivators. So he could tell that this wasn't something that could be resolved through brute force alone. Why don't we just smash open the crystal? Hong Do suggested, and Lin's lips twitched, and he shot a glance at Hong Do before falling silent. If this B***starred was responsible for saving Shangguan Yi, she would definitely suffer from qi deviation. Then let me ask you another question. What is Shangguan Yi's status in your world? And Lin asked again. Lu Wei smiled upon hearing this. You don't need to worry about that. She's Mengji now, Pa. Palace Lord Qi slapped the back of Lu Wei's hand and glared at her angrily. She immediately lowered her head like a deflated balloon and fell silent. And Lin rolled his eyes upon seeing this, but he didn't give up. How long will Shangguan Yi be in this state for? How long will it take for her to come out? The three snow maidens remained silent, and Lin continued, Let's get to know each other first. What are your names? The three snow maidens. Palace Lord Qi thought for a moment before replying. My name is Qi Yao. If you're planning to take Shangguan Yi away, then I suggest you stop wasting your time. She has already officially joined the Holy Glacial Lands and is cultivating the cultivation methods of our snow maidens. Furthermore, she can be considered a member of our race. And Lin splayed his hands open. You don't need to worry about that. I'll ask her myself. A crisp crack sounded at this moment, as if in response to Enlin's words. Crack, a circular hole suddenly appeared in the crystal, and blue ripples proliferated outward, causing the surrounding temperature to plummet. Enlin and the other snow maidens all turned to look at the crystal with excitement on their faces. Shangguan Yi made her way out of the circular hole, and her blue dress danced in the wind, making her appear as if she were a blue lotus in full bloom. She opened her golden eyes, and a faint regal might emanated from her body, as if she were a regal and inviolable queen. Congratulations on your successful awakening, Sister Shangguan. A vibrant smile appeared on Qi Yao's face. Sister Shangguan, I'm here to take you back. And Lin also waved a hand with a smile. Shangguan Yi looked up at Enlin with a cold expression and shook her head. Thank you for saving me, Enlin, but I'm already a member of the Holy Glacial Lands, and I won't be going back. Enlin faltered slightly upon hearing this. Have you encountered some kind of problem that you can't resolve? It's all right, I'll help you. That's not the reason. I'm doing this voluntarily, so don't ask me. Shangguan Yi shook her head before making her way toward Qi Yao and the others without any hesitation on her face, and Lin gritted his teeth. Didn't you say that the Vermilion Bird sect has always been your home? There are so many people waiting for you to come back. So why didn't you come back? Why did you choose to join the enemy of the sect? Shangguan Yi's footsteps faltered slightly as her golden eyes rippled, and her slender fingers trembled slightly. Enemy of the sect, huh? People change, and it's not impossible for friends and family to become enemies. She turned to Enlin with a smile on her face. Thank you very much for your help. But let's be clear about who we stand on in the future. You're humans, and I'm a snow maiden. So don't act like this again the next time we meet. Palace Leader Qi, let's go. She turned to leave without looking at Enlin as she spoke. The three snow maidens glanced at Enlin and the others before flying toward Shangguan Yi. Wait, Enlin's voice sounded again. Shangguan Yi and the snow maidens both looked at him with confusion in their eyes. Qi Yao spoke in a cold voice. Shangguan Yi has already made things so clear. What else do you want? Leave your storage rings behind. And Lin spoke with a serious expression. The three snow maidens. Oh, Shangguan Yi doesn't need them. And Lin added. Shangguan Yi, what do you want our storage rings for? Qi Yao stared at Enlin with astonishment on her face. Of course. Do you think I don't need money to fight for you? Leave your storage rings behind, or we'll use force. And Lin threatened in a cold voice. Linging, Hongdo, and the two snow soul beasts flew off in different directions as he spoke. Clearly intending to use force, Chiao's lips twitched slightly. She clearly didn't expect things to turn out like this. The other two snow maidens were also dumbstruck as they stared blankly at Enlin. Couldn't they just part ways? Why did he suddenly have to rob them? Shangguan heaved a forlorn sigh. Palace Leader Qi, we're too weak. Chiao glared at Enlin with resentment in her eyes, as if she was trying to carve his face into her heart. Here. She pulled out her storage ring and tossed it toward Enlin. Lu Wei looked at Enlin with tears welling up in her eyes. Never would she have thought that this human would even want her storage ring. Where was his integrity? Where was his demeanor as a powerful being? She silently pulled out her storage ring and tossed it toward Enlin as a certain image in her heart crumbled. The other snow maiden could only hand over her storage ring to Enlin upon seeing this, and her chest was trembling with rage. All right, bye. And Lin waved a hand with a satisfied expression, indicating that they could leave. There was another reason why he was willing to let Shangguan leave so easily, and that was because Shangguan would be betraying the holy glacial lands if she followed him. However, Shangguan Yi's teleportation talisman teleported her to the holy glacial lands. If she really did betray them, what were they going to do when they got back? That's definitely going to be the end. Thus, he had to take things slowly. He would just have to get some benefits from the snow maidens and express his attitude. The three snow maidens left with dark expressions, as if they had just swallowed a fly. They swore in their hearts that if they ever encountered Enlin again, they would definitely kill this bastard and take back their storage rings. Chapter 519. Shangguan rose into the air atop, her sword with the three snow maidens by her side. Their mission had been completed, and all they had to do now was protect Shangguan and wait for their return. And Lin looked on as Shangguan departed, and he couldn't help but heave a forlorn sigh as he thought back to her tragic past. He was convinced that Shangguan didn't stay in the holy glacial lands willingly. But what could he do for her? A pink streak of light was quickly approaching them from the distance. Lu Chu couldn't wait to split the spoils of war, and Lin brought out 6 storage rings, 3 from the dragon tribe and 3 from the snow maidens. Due to the fact that it was in Lin and Tina's turn to choose their storage rings, he received 2 storage rings from the lizard dragon and 1 storage ring from the snow maiden. Lu Chu received 1 from the dragon tribe, while Ling Ying and Hong Do each received 1 from the snow maidens. Lu Chu could have chosen the snow maiden storage rings, but she had killed many people for their treasures, and she knew that snow maidens were generally very poor, while dragons were generally very wealthy. So she chose the lizard dragon's storage ring instead. And Lin was very impressed by Lu Chu's judgment. He was the man with the most authority when it came to the snow maiden's storage rings. After all, he was the man who had obtained 5 return to Void Stage snow maiden storage rings. However, before everyone even had a chance to inspect their storage rings, a violent tremor swept through heaven and earth. Not only was the earth quaking, but the entire space was also quaking. What's going on? And Lin's expression shifted as he surveyed his surroundings with a cautious expression. Giant and Lin, look above us! Tina screamed as she tugged on Enlin's hair. Everyone looked up into the sky, and their mouths gaped open. The inky black rift in the sky seemed to have been torn apart by some kind of power, and the rift began to expand like a ferocious beast opening its massive mouth. Run! And Lin immediately yelled as he fled from the rift without any hesitation. Heaven and earth were still trembling, and an invisible force crashed into everyone's bodies. This was the power of laws that could destroy everything in this world. Even though everyone used spell techniques to defend themselves, it was useless. This was because the power of the law could penetrate through all things in this world and directly affect living beings. The only thing Lin and the others could do was try their best to get as far away from the crack as possible. However, the crack was expanding at a terrifying speed. It was like a black rubber ball that had been compressed to the extreme had suddenly lost its pressure and began to expand and explode without restraint. The fissures expanded wantonly, reaching hundreds of kilometers in an instant. The sky where the purple and blue lights were intersecting began to shatter like fragments before collapsing, leaving behind only endless darkness and nothingness. A terrifying power began to spread throughout the world, tearing apart the void and annihilating the earth, and Lin and the others were all affected by this power. Their bodies and internal organs were affected by the power of the rule collapse and began to break apart. And Lin felt a chill in his heart, and an unconcealable look of despair appeared on his face. Their flying speed was far slower than the speed at which the crack was expanding. If this continued, they would all die, and Lin could vaguely guess what they had encountered. This was the collapse of the continent. The ancient Tai Chu realm had been reduced to 1/100th of its original size, and the collapse was still ongoing. It was extremely unfortunate that they had encountered something like this. What kind of King luck was this? Wah! Giant and Lin, the outside world is so scary. Is this the end of the world? Tina tugged on his hair, and her body trembled uncontrollably at the sight of the world collapsing around her. Don't worry, we'll be able to get out of here. And Lin offered words of consolation. Wah! Tina was still sobbing when she suddenly opened her mouth. Urgh! Blood splattered onto Lin's shoulder. And Lin! Shui Zhantian flew beside Lin with an extremely emotional expression. Who would have thought that the sky would collapse on its own before I could even slay it? Sigh. Who would have thought that the sky would be so fragile? I've instantly lost my goal. Who should I slay in the future? Shui Zhantian suddenly turned toward Lin as he spoke, and a peculiar light flashed through his eyes. Master, I think you're very powerful. Shui Zhantian's voice had only just fallen when he threw up a large mouthful of blood. He had clearly been severely wounded by the power of laws. And Lin, the sky was collapsing, the void was shattering, the chaotic wind of destruction swept across, and the earth was collapsing and vanishing. Everything that could be seen was ruins and destruction, and there was no hope at all. The black rift had already become a gargantuan mouth of darkness that engulfed all things. The terrifying power of laws eroded everyone's bodies, drawing them closer and closer to death. What was despair? Despair was the feeling that the entire world was being destroyed, and they were trapped in this cage of destruction. No matter how hard they tried, they couldn't escape from this world. The destruction continued, and even though everyone couldn't see where the sky was, they still flew forward with all their might in an attempt to fight for that slim chance of survival. All of a sudden, Lin caught sight of a flash of light in the darkness in the distance. It was like the light of hope at the dawn of chaos, and his body shuddered. Fly in that direction. And Lin roared as he turned around and flew toward the source of the light. Everyone immediately followed after Lin as they flew toward the source of the faint light. As they drew closer and closer, they were finally able to see where the light was coming from. It was a mountain, a gargantuan mountain that was hanging upside down in the boundless darkness. The entire mountain glowed with specks of light, as if it were the dazzling stars in the night sky. Everyone felt as if they were on the brink of death from thirst in the desert, only to suddenly see an oasis, and boundless hope welled up in their hearts. They didn't hesitate any longer as they unleashed all of their power and charged toward the gargantuan mountain. The fact that the gargantuan mountain was able to remain unscathed in such a terrifying environment was a clear indication of how special the mountain was. How could they give up on this only opportunity to escape from disaster? Right at this moment, the glowing gargantuan mountain suddenly became more and more indistinct, as if it were a mirage. Tears began to flow from Lu Chuchu's eyes. They had been so King happy that they thought they could survive, only to discover that it was all fake. Was it an illusion? And Lin didn't give up as he charged toward the gargantuan mountain. He arrived at the pinnacle of the gargantuan mountain that was hanging upside down in the sky before charging toward it. Boom! A terrifying power instantly enshrouded his body, and he felt as if the space around him were rippling. Immediately afterward, he was struck by a sense of dizziness as the space around him began to tear and twist. Tina and Shui Zhantian held onto Enlin tightly as they screamed at the top of their lungs before falling unconscious. Lu Chuchu, Hong Do, Linging, and Shui Mingming all charged toward the gargantuan mountain upon seeing this, and their bodies disappeared amid a burst of spatial ripples. The crumbling of heaven and earth continued. Soon, the space around them began to completely shatter as chaos engulfed everything in its path. The earth was reduced to nothingness, and all matter and life forms began to dissipate before transforming into a burst of energy that dissipated into nothingness. Chapter 5:20. And Lin woke up from his daze to discover that something was pressing down on his stomach. He reached out to push the thing aside, only to find that it was soft and furry, as if he had just slapped away a warm ball of fur. What an arrogant scoundrel! How dare you attack your Lord Zhan Tian? A crisp murmur sounded, as if it were still in a dream. And Lin was a little speechless as he kicked Shui Zhantian a few times to wake him up. Giant and Lin, where are we? Tina also slowly woke up and looked around with confusion on her face. She was greeted by the sight of an immeasurably tall black mountain. She raised her head to discover that there was no end to the black mountain. It was as if it extended all the way into the starry sky, and there were specks of starlight on the surface of the inky black mountain, creating an extremely dreamy and beautiful sight to behold. So beautiful! Is this the Star Mountain? Tina muttered to herself as she stared blankly at the majestic mountain in front of her, as if she had just learned a lot. And Lin's body shuddered upon hearing this. The Star Mountain, could this be the huge starry mountain that Emperor Ziwei had mentioned? His eyes widened as he looked up at the gargantuan mountain. Its appearance matched the description he had heard in his memory, and his heart surged with excitement. The elusive and elusive giant mountain had appeared right in front of him, and it had become the last straw to save his life in a time of absolute despair when heaven and earth were collapsing. And Lin felt like he had to figure this out, so he looked around himself. Aside from Shui Zhantian and Tina, Lu Chuchu, Linging, Hongdo, and Shui Mingming were all nowhere to be seen. Could it be that they had been teleported somewhere else because they didn't come into physical contact with him? He was leaning toward this explanation as everyone else was following him, so there was no reason for them to be excluded by the huge starry mountain. As for the other possibility that they had perished along with the collapse of heaven and earth, he didn't even dare to think about it, and Lin turned his gaze behind him and was greeted by the sight of a series of mountains that stretched as far as the eye could see. These mountains were all inky black in color, and even though they were also quite tall, they were still a far cry from the huge starry mountain. The sky was then filled with countless stars, all of which were extremely dazzling. Wait, something's not right. He looked at the resplendent starry sky. The starlight was extremely clear and real, as if there was no barrier between the two. The power of the stars could be transmitted to this world without any obstruction. Why is it like this? I feel like the sky here is different. And Lin murmured. And Lin shook his head and didn't think too much about it. He woke up Shui Zhantian and brought out 3 golden immortal fruits from his storage ring before giving one each to Shui Zhantian and Tina. After experiencing the collapse of heaven and earth, their bodies were actually very seriously injured. Their flesh, bones, meridians, and even their chi-seas were all severely damaged. If they were allowed to recover naturally, it might take more than 10 days or even a month. At a time like this, an 8th grade immortal fruit that contained an extremely strong life force was extremely important. It could heal these kinds of injuries extremely quickly, and Lin was already treating Shui Zhantian and Tina as one of his own, so he naturally wasn't going to be stingy at a time like this. He brought out all 3 of his remaining golden immortal fruits. Shui, Zhantian, and Tina were both extremely touched, and they began to chew on the immortal fruits with excitement. And Lin also began to chew on the immortal fruit in his hand. Rich life force energy spread through his body, and his wounds were healed in a frenzy by the effects of his evergreen technique. After eating the immortal fruit, Shui Zhantian lay down on the ground with an excited expression. A blue, frosty aura emanated from his round body, and he seemed to be inhaling and exhaling. This fruit really is a miraculous elixir. My body feels extremely comfortable after taking a single bite. Master is so kind, generous, and generous. Shui Zhantian was full of praise, and Lin, Tina was small, so she ate slowly. She was taking small bites from the side. Thankfully, her digestive system was quite good. Otherwise, she would be able to eat such a large fruit for an entire day. Tina also wore a satisfied expression after eating the golden immortal fruit, and a faint smile appeared on her face as she rubbed her tiny stomach. No, I feel like my body is being guided by some kind of power. Tina's eyes widened in astonishment, and Lin and Shui Zhantian turned toward Tina to discover that a dazzling golden light had suddenly erupted from her body. This was an extremely holy and pure power. Little Na, how do you feel? Do you feel uncomfortable? And Lin asked in a panicked voice. Tina blinked with a confused expression before shaking her head. I'm fine. I feel like my entire body is very light, as if some kind of shackle has been broken, and I'm about to fly. About to fly? And Lin was even more astonished upon hearing this. Right at this moment, a resounding boom suddenly erupted in the starry sky above Tina. Immediately afterward, a white vortex with a radius of several kilometers appeared, and vital energy surged for several dozen kilometers, creating an extremely powerful sight to behold. And Lin and Shui Zhantian's eyes widened upon seeing this, and a thought surfaced in their minds. Ding-ling, a crisp sound reverberated through the air, and a tall and mighty white figure slowly flew out from the vortex before appearing in the sky. He had a head of golden hair, pointy ears, and emerald eyes. He was indescribably handsome, as if his face and body had been constructed from all the beautiful things in this world. Holy Fairy Leader. Tina stared up at the being in the sky with a dazed expression as she murmured to herself. The being referred to as the Holy Fairy Leader turned toward Tina and pointed a finger at her as he chanted in an unknown language. Even though Lin couldn't understand what he was saying, the voice was like the most pleasant music in the world, making him feel extremely comfortable as it lingered in his ears. After an indeterminate period of time, the Holy Fairy Leader began to dissipate, and the white vortex also began to disappear. And Lin came to his senses, and a hint of disappointment appeared on his face at the sight of the Holy Fairy Leader's disappearance. Little Na, are you feeling better now? And Lin turned toward Tina, but his words got stuck in his throat before he could finish. Shui Zhantian also came to his senses, and he was also given a massive fright as he turned toward Tina. Unbelievable! Unbelievable! Both man and beast's eyes widened as they stared at the spot where Tina had disappeared, and they swallowed involuntarily. The spot where Tina had been standing had already been replaced by a white ball. The ball seemed to be constructed from some kind of silver thread, and it was still glowing with a faint light. Tina has become an egg again. Shui Zhantian was astonished, and Lin's lips twitched. Fairies aren't oviparous beings. He carefully picked up the white ball and placed it in his pocket before sealing it with a spell technique. I don't know why Tina has become like this, but it's probably a good thing. The Holy Fairy Leader that had just appeared was simply too perfect. There was no way such a beautiful fairy would do anything bad, and Lin was obsessed with appearances, so he could only come up with this conclusion. In reality, he was more inclined to believe that Tina had obtained some inheritance or made some kind of breakthrough in her cultivation base. After all, Tina was already at the pinnacle of the holy rank, which was equivalent to the soul formation pinnacle stage on the Tai Chu continent. fairies were extremely sensitive to the power of nature, and she had mentioned that her cultivation base had been slightly shaken after eating a first-grade spirit pill. Furthermore, the golden immortal fruit was imbued with an extremely potent power of life, so perhaps it had helped Tina progress in her cultivation base? However, didn't breakthroughs require tribulation transcendence? What was this about transforming into a silver ball? And Lin was a little unsure. He suddenly heaved a long sigh before shaking his head to dispel this train of thought. Instead, he looked up at the majestic mountain before him. So be it, let's explore this mountain first. Chapter 521. Prior to coming here, Emperor Ziwei had entrusted Lin with the task of collecting a stardust fruit from the huge starry mountain if he came across it. This huge mountain was most likely the legendary, huge starry mountain. Thus, Lin's goal became very clear, and that was to find the stardust fruit. And Lin slowly flew around the mountain. He was in no hurry to rush toward the summit. Instead, he circled around the waist of the mountain to survey his surroundings. After all, there was no guarantee that the stardust fruit would appear at the summit. Rocks, cliffs, small protruding peaks. Everything on the huge mountain was pitch black, which was exactly why the white light was so dazzling. It was as if the mountain were a vast expanse of night, and the white light were the stars in the night sky, creating a dazzling sight to behold. And Lin arrived before a piece of white light to discover that this white light existed within a rock. The black rock was semi-transparent, which was why the white light was able to shine through it. He was a little curious, and he used his evil-slaying sword to dig out this rock before carefully chipping away at the rock. After a long while, he finally reached the part of the white light. The white light was a type of powder that glowed faintly like fluorescent powder, and Lin touched it before activating his divine inspection technique, upon which a large chunk of information appeared in his mind. Star essence. This was the essence formed by the huge starry mountain after absorbing the power of the stars. The information was very simple. There wasn't much description of this white powder, and it didn't even mention its effects. And Lin thought about it for a moment before collecting some star essence in case he needed it in the future. After flying for a while longer, he caught sight of what appeared to be light on a flat, protruding plateau in the distance. This star essence seems to be a little bright, and Lin was a little surprised. However, when he walked closer and saw the source of the light, his eyes widened as if he had seen a ghost. It was around half the size of a grown man, and its entire body was a faint golden color. It was a round star with a dozen or so corners, and it had tentacles that resembled legs. Its entire body glowed with a faint light, as if it were a star in the sky. This was no star essence. This was AF * King Star that had become a spirit. Shui Zhantian was also astonished. Holy F * CK. Who would have thought that my dream of plucking stars from the sky would come true so soon? I'll capture this star. And Lin. Before Lin had a chance to say anything, Shui Zhantian had already charged toward the star. The two golden eyes on Xing Xing's body abruptly lit up upon seeing this, and it let loose an almighty roar as it also charged toward Shui Zhantian in a manner that was surprisingly similar to Shui Zhantian's. It was also a head-on collision. Boom! The blue light and the golden light collided, and it was like the most violent explosion, causing the mountain within a radius of more than 1,000 feet to collapse. Golden Star was knocked back a few steps, and its body swayed unsteadily as if it were on the back foot. However, it was unwilling to give up, and it let loose a loud roar as it continued to charge toward Shui Zhantian. Boom, boom, boom. The continuous collisions were like violent explosions. Shui Zhantian was the leader of the Snow Soul Beasts, and he was an extremely powerful beast at the pinnacle of the true power stage. Venus was still much weaker than it, so after a few collisions, Venus fell onto the rocks of the mountain, panting violently like a useless fish. Shui Zhantian chortled with glee upon seeing this, and a small hand materialized from his wings, which carried the little star over to Enlin with a smug expression. Hee, master, do you want this little star? I'll pluck it for you. Enlin's lips twitched slightly, and he nodded. Thank you. He accepted the golden star, which was about half the size of a grown man, and he inspected it with curiosity. The golden star was already dizzy from Shui Zhantian's collisions, and it was now half a useless star. The star was warm and soft to the touch, as if he were stroking an oversized piece of rubber. Its body glowed with a soft, gentle light, and it was very comfortable to touch. The bottom of the tentacles it used for walking had legs that resembled those of a duck, and there were only 2 extremely bright eyes on its head, as well as an O-shaped mouth. Big fatty star, is that you? Enlin asked. Golden star. Enlin felt like this was the star beast that Emperor Ziwei had mentioned. He had initially thought that the star beast was some kind of extremely ferocious and violent beast, but it looked like it had some special characteristics. Let go of me. If you dare to touch me, you'll be punished by the stars. A cold, ethereal voice sounded, and Enlin's hand trembled in shock. The star beast had spoken in the ancient man language. Are you a star beast? Enlin asked. I am a member of the mighty starry sky tribe. You foolish humans. Let me go if you know what's good for you. Otherwise, you'll be crushed to death by countless stars. The star roared with rage. Oh. Enlin nodded before releasing the star. The star monster faltered slightly upon hearing this, and it blinked with confusion, clearly not expecting Enlin to react in such a manner. Was he really going to let it go just like that? It cleared its throat. Looks like you know what's good for you to oppose the Starry Sky Tribe. We'll be magnanimous and spare you this time. Enlin nodded with a serious expression. You're right. I just wanted to ask if you know where I can find the Stardust Fruit. The Stardust Fruit? You want to get your hands on the Stardust Fruit of our tribe. It's a holy fruit that grows at the peak of our giant starry mountain, on the giant starry tree. If you approach it, you'll be killed by our tribe members. I won't tell you anything about the Stardust Fruit, the star replied with an excited expression. Enlin's lips twitched upon hearing this. The star monster's words seemed to have provided him with all of the information he wanted to know. So the Stardust Fruit really did grow at the peak of the giant starry mountain. Nice. Hee, I don't believe you. Just how powerful are your tribe members? How dare you try to kill me? Enlin chuckled coldly. Humph. There are over 100 star beasts that are more powerful than me guarding the giant starry tree. There are over a dozen of them that are even more powerful than that white ball. Are you trying to get yourself killed? The star harumphed coldly as it looked down at Enlin with a disdainful expression. Enlin was very pleased with the star's response. He had never thought that it would be so easy to get information from the star, and a sense of superiority welled up in his heart. This star was most likely at the soul formation initial stage or soul formation intermediate stage, which meant that there were over 100 soul formation initial stage or soul formation intermediate stage beings and a dozen or so at the soul formation pinnacle stage. If Enlin were to approach them recklessly, there was a good chance that he would be surrounded and killed. He really did have to think of a plan. That's right. Enlin's eyes lit up. He suddenly recalled that Emperor Ziwei had given him an illusionary star robe prior to setting off for the ancient Tai Chu realm. It was said that this robe could evade detection by star beasts and had extremely powerful concealment abilities. On top of that, it also had the ability to disguise one's cultivation base. With this in mind, he pulled out the illusionary star robe from his storage ring. This was a black robe with faint starlight shimmering on its surface, giving it a rather mysterious appearance. Enlin put on the illusionary star robe, and it really did fit him quite well. Furthermore, the black robe was imbued with specks of starlight, which was very compatible with the giant starry mountain. It also had a camouflage effect. Hence, I advise you to leave this place as soon as possible. Don't do anything reckless. The star turned toward Enlin as it spoke, upon which its pupils contracted, and its mouth gaped open. Where is he? Holy F asterisk CK. I told you to leave this place, but you were so obedient and instantly left. The star was astonished, and Lin stood rooted to the spot in front of the star, and he was also dumbstruck. And Lin. Chapter 5:22. And Lin was dumbstruck for a split second upon seeing the star beast's reaction. He looked down at his hand to find that it wasn't invisible. How dare you, little star! Shui Zhantian immediately slapped the star beast across the face. Slap! Shui Zhantian roared with rage. Don't you dare disrespect my master! Isn't my master right in front of you? The star beast covered its face with its tentacles and stared blankly ahead before turning to Shui Zhantian with rage. Bullsh asterisk T. There's nothing in front of me. Slap! Shui Zhantian delivered another slap to the star beast's face. You've really gone too far. How dare you call my master a scumbag? And Lin, you. The star beast's eyes widened as its golden body rose and fell violently. It felt like it had been bullied. What? You want to ram me again? Shui Zhantian refused to back down. The star beast's eyes dimmed. All right, it really had been bullied. Slap! Another slap landed on the star beast's face. The star beast blinked with confusion as it stared blankly at Shui Zhantian. Shui Zhantian raised its wings high into the air to demonstrate its innocence. It really wasn't me this time. It was Master. The star beast was on the brink of tears. Is there anyone else here? Even if you like to slap me, you can't treat me like a stupid C asterisk NT. Slap. Another resounding slap landed on the star beast's face. The star beast was truly dumbstruck this time as it stared at Shui Zhantian. It really wasn't him. What the F asterisk CK? And Lin clicked his tongue in wonder upon seeing this in his illusionary star robe. This feeling of being able to slap others without any scruples in the face. It was amazing. The star beast's expression didn't look like it was fake, so it really couldn't see him. To the star beast, the illusionary star robe was even more powerful than the invisibility cloak. Not only could it become invisible, but it could also isolate its aura and sound, thereby completely disappearing from its sight. Shui Zhantian had also sensed that something was amiss, and he stared at Enlin with yearning in his large, round eyes. The ability to turn invisible and continuously slap the stars. He wanted that as well. And Lin made his way over to Shui Zhantian with a smile. Do you want me to be in front of you or behind you? Blue ripples appeared in Shui Zhantian's eyes as his white first stood on end. What are you trying to do? Wishful thinking. I don't accept it. I don't want to. And Lin, what did you think of? I want you to be invisible. Shui Zhantian faltered slightly upon hearing this before heaving a sigh of relief. I had thought that Master was a perverted monster who had gone insane, and Lin almost spat out a mouthful of blood. So, what exactly did you think of? Up ahead. Shui Zhantian didn't answer Lin's question, and Lin pursed his lips before putting Shui Zhantian into his illusionary star robe. His stomach began to swell up, making him look like a pregnant woman. Tui, like a potbelly. The star monster felt like it had seen a ghost. The white ball had disappeared right in front of its very eyes, and Lin was just about to leave when Shui Zhantian's voice sounded again. Wait, what is it? And Lin was perplexed. Get closer to that little star, Shui Zhantian instructed, and Lin. Just as the star monster was still in shock, its soft golden body was slapped again. Slap. The star monster's mouth gaped open as it stroked its flushed cheeks with its tentacles, unable to come to its senses for a long time. A scorching sensation, a feeling of humiliation, a feeling of confusion, a feeling of indignation. Wah? Who did I piss off? Star Freak's emotions exploded and finally burst into tears. At the same time, Shui Zhantian chortled with glee in Lin's arms. Ha ha ha. That stupid star is so hilarious. Ha ha ha. And Lin rolled his eyes before flying toward the top of the huge starry mountain. It feels so good to slap that little star. Shui Zhantian flapped its little wings as it sighed with reminiscence. And Lin couldn't be bothered to talk to this be***starred. If he continued to talk to it, he would be infected by it sooner or later. The huge starry mountain was extremely tall, and Enlin encountered many star beasts as he climbed up the mountain. However, none of them noticed Enlin flying past them. All they felt was a gust of wind blowing toward them, which was quite strange, but they didn't think too much of it. 10,000 feet, 30,000 feet, 100,000 feet, as the mountain continued to rise, the density of star beasts increased instead of decreasing. And Lin even saw some caves inhabited by star beasts, as well as some star beasts sunbathing on the mountain. 200,000 feet, 100,000 feet, 100,000 feet. This was most likely the highest mountain Lin had ever climbed. After reaching 100,000 feet, he finally saw the summit of the mountain, as well as several hundred star beasts. They were moving about on the summit like a series of walking stars, and even the light they emitted seemed to be brighter than the stars he had encountered before. What was most elated to him was that he saw a tree over 1,000 feet tall, as well as a stardust fruit hanging from the tree. That's right, this was the stardust fruit that was identical to the one in the illustration. This stardust fruit was about the same size as Shui Zhantian, and it was exuding a dazzling light, as if it were a twinkling star. What was even more elated to Enlin was that there wasn't just one stardust fruit. Instead, there were 3 of them. Brilliant! If he handed over one, he could keep 2 for himself around the huge starry tree. There were many star beasts sunbathing and absorbing the power of the stars in the sky. There were also some star beasts who were praising the stardust fruits with scorching eyes and drooling from the corners of their mouths. However, right at this moment, one of the stardust fruits suddenly disappeared right before everyone's eyes. All of the star beasts faltered upon seeing this before rubbing their eyes vigorously before turning toward the huge starry tree again, only to discover that another stardust fruit had disappeared. Of the 3 stardust fruits, only one remained. Pa! Pa! Tribe leader, bad news! A star beast yelled in a panicked voice. Why are you so panicked? A burly golden star with an extremely dazzling body spoke in a slow voice. Look at the huge starry mountain. The stardust fruits on it have suddenly disappeared. A star beast yelled in a panicked voice. Huh? Have you had too much to drink, Goldo? The stardust fruits are perfectly fine. How could they suddenly disappear? The tribe leader chortled before turning toward the huge starry mountain. His smile then gradually congealed before disappearing. At this moment, the huge starry tree had become completely bare, and the 3 stardust fruits had already disappeared. What the hell is going on? The tribe leader's eyes widened with incredulity as he stared at the scenes unfolding before him. A breath later, the tribe leader's scream finally sounded. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Our holy fruits have been stolen. Don't let him get away. Chapter 5:23. The holy fruits had been stolen. Several hundred star beasts turned toward the stardust tree to discover that the 3 stardust fruits had already disappeared. All of the star beasts were dumbstruck. Who could have stolen the holy fruits right under their noses? What are you all standing around for? Hurry up and catch the thief! The tribe leader yelled. All of the star beasts stared at their tribe leader with dumbstruck expressions, as if to say, how were they supposed to catch the thief if they didn't even know how the fruits had disappeared? The thief definitely couldn't have gotten far. Let's patrol the area in different directions, and we'll definitely be able to find the thief, the tribe leader added. All of the star beasts' eyes lit up upon hearing this. That made sense. Thus, several hundred shooting stars appeared at the summit of the huge starry mountain before flying in all directions like fireworks, leaving a series of golden trajectories in their wake. The summit of the mountain became more and more spacious. Never would they have thought that the culprit who had stolen the fruits was still at the summit of the mountain. And Lin looked at the stardust tree before him with an intrigued expression, contemplating whether he should uproot this tree as well. Stealing a few eggs was nothing. Stealing the hen was the best way to go. However, he decided against it after thinking about it. The stardust tree needed to absorb a large amount of power of stars in order to grow, and there was no guarantee that it would be able to survive on the Taichu continent. As such, it was better to leave some for the poor little star. Master, master, take me to that super bright, super fat star, Shui Zhantian yelled. And Lin was a little perplexed as he made his way toward the super bright star beast. Slap! A resounding slap landed on the star beast's face. Ha! That was so satisfying. Shui Zhantian chuckled sinisterly. And Lin, tribe leader. Mountain ceiling formation, activate. The tribe leader quickly came to his senses and immediately activated the huge Starry Mountain spell formation. Boom! A blue light barrier rose up from the mountain, enshrouding the entire space and making it impossible for anyone to escape. The invisible thief is nearby. Find him for me. The patriarch shouted excitedly. The several dozen star beasts guarding the huge starry tree shuddered upon hearing this, and some of them prepared to attack while others unleashed search spell techniques. Shui Zhantian. Master, I've committed the most heinous crimes. And Lin didn't expect Shui Zhantian to admit his mistake in such a straightforward manner, and he couldn't bring himself to do anything about it. He glanced at the huge ceiling formation, and his eyes turned snow-white. Divine inspection technique. A red light flashed, and a flaw in the array formation was struck by this red light. Finally, a hole was broken open, and Lin and Shui Zhantian immediately rushed toward the cave and escaped from the huge starry mountain. Chase them! Chase in that direction! The patriarch shouted. Streaks of golden light with immense power shot towards the entrance of the cave. However, in front of this enemy that couldn't sense anything, their collision was just a random attack. It would be a joke if they really wanted to hit this enemy with this. And Lin led Shui Zhantian away from the huge starry mountain. He turned to look at the enraged and confused stars behind him, and he heaved a faint sigh before flying into the distance again. He had successfully completed the mission given to him by Emperor Zui. Now, all he had to do was complete the system's mission. If he failed the mission, he would have to become a eunuch for 100 years. This was a price that he couldn't accept. He looked at the boundless black mountain ranges, and he didn't know where he was. There were no landmarks in the area outside of the map, and the day and night were reversed. Aside from the star beasts, he couldn't see any other living beings. This place was way too barren. Could it be that he had been teleported to some mystic realm by the huge starry mountain? And Lin flew for over 1,500 kilometers before finally flying out of the range of the mountain ranges and arriving on a grassland. The grass on this grassland was a deep purple, and it was a vast expanse of purple that intersected with the starry sky as far as the eye could see. The stars here are way too bright. Even the scenery of the grassland can be seen so clearly under the starry sky. And Lin sighed as he looked at the boundless grassland in the distance. It's not a lush green grassland, it's not pretty. Shui Zhantian grumbled. Master, let's leave this place. There's nothing to see here. Only a green grassland that is eco-friendly and pleasing to the eye is suitable for us. Shui Zhantian suggested again, and Lin rolled his eyes. If you like green grasslands, don't take me with you. What are you talking about? I'm going to beat the crap out of you if you keep spouting nonsense. Shui Zhantian recoiled slightly. He didn't understand why Lin was so angry. His ears twitched slightly, and he turned toward a certain direction. Master, there seems to be an abnormal flow of vital energy over there. There might be people fighting there. And Lin's eyes instantly lit up upon hearing this, and he immediately flew toward the direction Shui Zhantian was pointing. Facts had proven that in this lifeless world, it was good to have people, regardless of whether it was an enemy or an ally. This proved that Enlin wasn't alone. There were people he could communicate with. As they drew closer and closer, the energy blasts became more and more violent, and Lin was astonished. These clashes of energy seemed to be significantly more powerful than even his own. How could there be such powerful beings in the ancient divine division? Close to 10 kilometers away, a series of violent clashes and earth-shattering booms erupted, causing the earth to tremor slightly. And Lin's eyes widened as he was suddenly greeted by the sight of a sea of flames erupting into the sky, instantly encompassing an area of 5 kilometers. What a terrifying aura! And Lin charged toward the edge of the flames and finally saw a crimson bird bathed in flames. This bird was over 1,000 feet in size, and its crimson feathers were enshrouded in golden flames. Its tail was spread open like a peacock's tail, upon which was a sinister image of a twisted red bird skeleton. Not far away from it, a bronze-skinned man with a pair of black wings was standing in the void. He held a massive saber in his hand before slashing it down upon the crimson bird. The space around him crumbled as an inky black saber projection instantly tore through the ground in a radius of several kilometers. The crimson bird let loose a sharp cry as a peculiar ripple spread from the image on its tail, twisting and distorting the inky black saber projection. Boom! The power of the saber projection crashed into the crimson bird's body, tearing a massive gash into the ground. And Lin stared blankly at the earth-shattering battle taking place before him, and he didn't even dare to breathe. A battle of this magnitude was clearly a battle between two return-to-void-stage mighty figures. What the F***CK? Why were there return-to-void-stage mighty figures in the ancient divine division? No. And Lin's body shuddered as a terrifying thought occurred to him. Return to Void Stage Darkwing, Tribe Cultivators, and Crimson Birds. A starry sky. He couldn't have come to the ancient Tai Chu realm's Void Star section, right? That was the only way to explain it. No wonder the power of the stars here was so powerful. No wonder there were return to Void Stage mighty figures here. He had come to the hellish Void Star section. Chapter 524. And Lin felt like 10,000 alpacas were stampeding over his heart. Never would he have thought that he would be in the Void Star section. If he were to wander around in a dangerous place like this, he might not even know how he would die. To think that he could fly for over 1,500 kilometers without thinking. How lucky! The battle between the Dark Wing Tribe Cultivator and the Crimson Bird was earth-shattering. All types of powerful techniques were being unleashed, and the onlookers were dazzled. Thankfully, Enlin was wearing the illusionary star robe, which allowed him to conceal his aura and avoid detection. Even though the illusionary star robe couldn't provide absolute concealment like it could against star beasts, it was still able to conceal one's aura and avoid detection from long-range divine sense detection. Shui Zhantian stared at the battle in the distance with an expression of yearning on his face as he lay in Enlin's arms. This is how men should fight. Every single move they make can shake the heavens. Just as he was speaking, the Darkwing Tribe Cultivator had already sliced off one of the Crimson Bird's wings, and crimson blood splattered through the air. However, the blood was not evaporated by the boundless flames. Instead, it suddenly materialized into a crimson sword, which pierced through the air and instantly punctured the Darkwing Tribe Cultivator's chest. Brutal. As a seasoned spectator, Enlin could roughly determine that the Darkwing Tribe Cultivator and the Crimson Bird were both at the return to void initial stage. The spell technique resonated with heaven and earth very strongly, but they weren't very proficient in the use of space. Guardian Tai Chu, Night Death. The Darkwing Tribe Cultivator raised his black saber high into the air, and dark clouds instantly gathered within a radius of 5 kilometers as a faint black light pierced through the clouds. The hair on Enlin's body stood on end, and he hurriedly retreated with all his might. The Crimson Bird's body squirmed as it tried to fuse back its severed wing. However, it was given a huge fright by the terrifying spell technique unleashed by the Dark Wing Tribe Cultivator, and it immediately activated its flaming wings to the maximum. A flaming phoenix over 10,000 feet in length spread its wings before pouncing toward the Dark Wing Tribe Cultivator with a sea of flames around it. The Dark Wing Tribe Cultivator's saber fell, and the black clouds in the sky surged as the massive saber descended with terrifying power. At that moment, the world seemed to fall into eternal darkness without a trace of color. The light of the flaming phoenix clashed with the darkness of the black saber projection, and the terrifying shockwaves pulverized the ground within a radius of several kilometers. As the light and darkness clashed, and Lin was also struck by the shockwaves, and even the hood of his illusionary star robe was blown away. Fortunately, he retreated quickly and was not injured. The blade beam finally tore through the flaming phoenix and landed on the crimson bird's body. The black light swept past the crimson bird's body, causing it to let out a cry. When the black light dissipated and Lin saw the crimson bird again, its body had been sliced in half from the middle. The crimson feathers on its body were growing dimmer and dimmer. It was clear that its life force had been severed. The male from the Dark Wing tribe stood in the air, his face slightly pale, and blood continued to flow from the gaping hole in his chest. "Master, this was a heaven-sent opportunity. The Black-Winged Man is already at the end of his tether, so let's go up and kill him now." Shui Zhantian suddenly became very excited as he squirmed around in Lin's arms. And Lin chuckled lightly. "You want to land the killing blow? Use your life to make up for it? Don't underestimate the power of return to void stage mighty figures. As long as they're still alive, they have many ways to kill us." His voice had only just fallen when he saw the male from the Darkwing tribe turn toward him. The male carried his massive saber, and a hint of astonishment appeared on his face as he stared at Lin. And Lin blinked before asking Shui Zhantian, "He's looking at me?" Shui Zhantian replied, "Perhaps he's looking at me. After all, I'm so adorable." And Lin touched the hood of his illusionary star robe. Could it be that his hood had been blown off by the strong winds, so he was unable to conceal his aura? No, this was not the time to think about this. And Lin suddenly came to a realization, and he drew a sharp intake of breath. F***CK. Right now, he was being targeted by a return to void stage mighty figure, and Lin's first thought was to run as fast as he could. However, before he had a chance to do anything, the male from the Darkwing tribe had already pulled out a portrait from his storage ring. The male looked at the portrait, then at Lin, upon which he drew a sharp intake of breath in shock. And Lin looked at the male with a perplexed expression, but the male shuddered as he stumbled back a couple of steps with an expression of shock and horror on his face. And Lin. The male from the Darkwing tribe immediately tore open a spatial rift and rushed into the spatial gate before completely disappearing from this world. The return to void stage mighty figure of the Darkwing tribe escaped? And Lin's lips twitched upon seeing this. He looked around with a confused expression, but he didn't find anything to be afraid of. Why is he running so fast? Is he afraid of me? Little Tian, am I that scary? And Lin couldn't help but ask. Shui Zhantian flared up with rage. I'm Shui Zhantian, the mighty and domineering Shui Zhantian. Don't call me little Tian. The veins on Lin's forehead bulged. Who's calling you little Tian? Don't become a pervert all of a sudden. You still haven't answered my question. Am I that scary? Why do I feel like the male from the Darkwing tribe fled because he was afraid of me? Shui Zhantian was clearly a little perplexed, and after a moment of silence he replied, I'm not scary. Master, you haven't even unleashed your domineering aura yet. Could it be that he was scared away by my mighty and domineering aura? And Lin's chest constricted. He felt like discussing this with Shui Zhantian was bullsh*t. A thought suddenly occurred to him, and he looked toward the corpse of the crimson bird at the center of the sea of flames that was gradually being extinguished, and Lin rushed over and began to loot the corpse. Sure enough, a ring-like spatial storage magic tool was pulled out by him. Shui Zhantian was astonished. Holy F asterisk CK. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. That male was so scared that he didn't even have time to pick up the item before running away. Master, an indescribable sense of respect welled up in his heart as he looked at the male before him. He didn't really think that he had scared away the black-winged male. Only Master could have scared him away. Master's power seemed to be even more unfathomable than he had imagined. At the same time, the space within a vast expanse of black sea was torn open, and a pale-faced male carrying a massive saber emerged before looking at the shrinking spatial rift with lingering fear in his eyes. Thank God he didn't come after me. Otherwise, I, Dao Yi, would have died in the Void Star section. He heaved a light sigh of relief as he shook his head. As expected of Lin, who killed the Dark Night Monarch and left even the Moonlit Night Monarch completely helpless against him. To think that he was able to sneak up on me and appear when I was at my weakest, that final gaze, that gaze that was filled with indifference toward all life, was truly terrifying. Thank God I ran away decisively, and he didn't unleash any killing intent toward me. Otherwise, I really would have been screwed. Dao Yi wiped the sweat from his forehead, and a faint smile appeared on his face as he praised himself for being quick-witted. He thought to himself for a moment before tearing open the spatial rift again. He still wasn't far enough. He had to get further away. Chapter 5:25. And Lin flew along with Shui Zhantian. Such an intense battle could attract the attention of other powerful beings, so they had to move quickly. And Lin flew aimlessly for several dozen kilometers before finally finding a small mountain. He immediately used a spell technique to blast a huge hole into the mountain before laying low for the night. It's time to check the spoils of war. And Lin smiled with a buoyant smile. And Lin was extremely grateful toward the Darkwing tribe Cultivator. After all, he had given all of his spoils of war to Lin after battling the Crimson Bird to the death. What a good man! That Darkwing tribe Cultivator really was a good man. And Lin brought out his most recent spoils of war, which consisted of a Snow Maiden storage ring, 2 Dragon Tribe storage rings, and a Crimson Bird storage ring. Of course, he had to start with the poorest, so when Lin refined the Snow Maiden storage ring first, he wanted to curse out loud. Holy F asterisk 120,000 spirit stones, 2 intermediate rank spirit tools, 1 spirit fruit, and a bunch of miscellaneous items. There wasn't even a single realm essence crystal. How poor! A soul formation stage Snow Maiden was so poor. The spirit fruit was a 4th grade ice-type spirit fruit, and Lin thought for a moment before giving it to Shui Zhantian. He then refined the 2 Dragon Tribe storage rings, upon which he was astonished again. This was because he had obtained a total of 1,200,000 spirit stones, 15 spirit tools, 20 spirit fruits, 2 7th grade immortal fruits, 1 golden realm essence crystal, 1 red realm essence crystal, 10 green realm essence crystals, and 52 white realm essence crystals. The 2 7th grade immortal fruits were called Furious Dragon Fruits, which could enhance one's constitution and increase one's stamina in battle for a short period of time. This soul formation stage Dragon Tribe storage ring was comparable to the wealth of a return to Void Stage Snow Maiden, and Lin couldn't help but feel a little sympathetic toward Hongdo and Linging. He wondered what their expressions would be like after refining the Snow Maiden storage rings. Finally, he began to refine the return to Void Stage Crimson Bird storage ring. That Crimson Bird was most likely a return to Void Stage mighty figure from the southern Heavenly Wing Nation, so it was an enemy to him. As such, he didn't feel much sympathy toward it. Instead, he began to refine it with an expectant expression. 1,060,000 spirit stones, 6 high-rank spirit tools, 21 spirit pills, 1 immortal pill, 2 immortal fruits, 2 golden realm essence crystals, 9 blue realm essence crystals, 25 white realm essence crystals, as well as a bunch of tool refinement materials and miscellaneous items. The immortal pill was a Tier 6 immortal pill, the True Dipper Soul Recovery Pill. It had a strong effect on repairing damaged souls. The immortal fruit was a 5th grade immortal fruit, the 6 Revolution Phoenix fruit. When consumed by a user with a fire-type bloodline, it would aid in the comprehension of the Tao of Fire. On top of that, it would strengthen and purify the fire-type bloodline. This immortal fruit was quite suitable for Xiaolan. After exploring the ancient Tai Chu realm for so long, there was finally a presentable present. Finally, and most importantly, he had gathered all the golden realm essence crystals. 2 crimson bird realm essence crystals, 1 dragon realm essence crystal, and 3 realm essence crystals in his bag. In addition to the 4 golden realm essence crystals he had absorbed earlier, he had collected all 10 golden realm essence crystals, and he could finally complete his mission. And Lin looked up into the sky, and he was so moved that he was on the verge of tears. His threat of becoming a eunuch had finally been resolved. Wasn't being a eunuch for 100 years scary? How could he not be scared when he was faced with the possibility of becoming a eunuch? Little Tian, protect me! And Lin immediately pulled out the golden realm essence crystals and began the absorption process. Shui Zhantian pursed his lips with a displeased expression, but he still obediently flapped his little wings and flew in front of Enlin before cautiously sensing the situation outside the cave. There were 6 golden realm essence crystals, and each golden realm essence crystal took an average of 1 hour to absorb. Hence, it took Enlin 6 hours to completely absorb all the realm essence crystals. Time passed by slowly, and Enlin could sense a special energy circulating within his body. However, he was unable to use this energy, and he could only allow it to circulate within his body. The absorption process was very smooth, and there were no unexpected occurrences. After absorbing the last golden realm essence crystal, his system began to chime with a ding-dong. Congratulations, host, for completing your mission. Now begin materializing the embryonic body of the war god. Boom! An enormous amount of energy exploded within his body, and the energy from the 10 golden realm essence crystals that had been absorbed into his body was completely activated. At the same time, all of the cultivation methods within his body also began to circulate on their own. Thunder Essence Cultivation Method, Earth Lotus Supreme Skill Cultivation Method, Wind Spirit Cultivation Method, Evergreen Technique, Divine Liquid Creation Technique, Wings of True Fire Cultivation Method. What kind of experience would it be to circulate all of these cultivation methods at the same time? And Lin felt that this was an extremely exhilarating feeling. It was an exhilarating feeling. In the past, he didn't have the ability to circulate all of these cultivation methods at the same time. However, now that he was able to materialize his body of the war god, he had the opportunity to do so. At this moment, he felt extremely powerful. The 5 elements began to materialize. The true intent of metal refined his muscles and bones. The true intent of wood refined his organs. The true intent of water refined his blood. The true intent of fire refined his meridians. And the true intent of earth refined the surface of his body. The powers of the 5 elements each performed their own functions, but they also fused together, and an extremely vast aura began to proliferate outward. Shui Zhantian was given a fright by this terrifying aura, and he turned to look at Enlin to find that Enlin was meditating on the ground. 5 different types of powers circulated around his body in a mystical manner that resonated with the Tao of heaven and earth. That wasn't all. The true intent of wind and lightning began to fuse into Enlin's sea of vital energy. Lightning flashed, thunder rumbled, and wind and rain intertwined. His sea of vital energy began to expand, and the amount of vital energy in his body continued to increase. And Kirin began to whoosh with joy. He felt as if his house had expanded from 80 square meters to over 100 square meters. At the same time, the power of soul cultivation surged into Enlin's consciousness, and his senses became even more powerful. An ancient golden seal flashed on Enlin's forehead, and a domineering aura erupted forth, striking Shui Zhantian with the urge to kneel down. My master really is the most powerful. This peerless aura, this unstoppable aura. How intoxicating! Shui Zhantian's body trembled as tears welled up in his eyes. He was on the verge of tears, and it was hard to tell whether he was on the verge of tears from excitement or from emotion. The ancient golden seal disappeared, and Lin opened his eyes, which were as dazzling as the stars in the sky, and he heaved a long sigh of relief. A faint smile appeared on his face as he sensed the power within his body. I am invincible. Shui Zhantian was also extremely excited. Master, when are we going to ravage the heavens? And Lin, try and hit me. And Lin cracked his neck from side to side before waving a hand at Shui Zhantian. Shui Zhantian's body shuddered. Master, I'm not mentally prepared. And Lin's lips twitched. Why would you need to be mentally prepared to hit someone? I won't retaliate. Oh, so you're not going to retaliate? You should have said so earlier. Shui Zhantian heaved a sigh of relief as his aura began to surge explosively. It would be a waste not to attack at a time like this. A frosty aura enveloped Shui Zhantian's entire body, and he transformed into a streak of blue light before crashing toward Enlin's chest with devastating force. Boom! Enlin's body was blasted through the entire mountain by the massive force, and he only stopped after flying back several hundred meters. Holy Mother of God! My head hurts! Shui Zhantian wobbled his round body as he grumbled, and Lin's blood churned as he sustained some minor injuries. His eyes were extremely bright. In the past, if he were to be rammed by Shui Zhantian, who was at the pinnacle of the true power stage, his internal organs would definitely have been damaged, and he would have thrown up a mouthful of blood. However, he had only sustained some minor injuries now. A physique like this was definitely invincible among soul formation stage cultivators, and Lin clenched his fists as a joyful smile appeared on his face. Ah, I'm so powerful. Chapter 5:26. And Lin was feeling a little smug at his newfound strength. Just the embryonic body of the war, God alone, was already this powerful. If he had the complete body of the war god, then wouldn't he be super bad *SS? And Lin shook his head and decided not to dwell on these useless thoughts. He was a man who liked to keep a low profile and keep a low profile. It didn't matter to him whether he was bad *SS or not. What mattered was that he had inner qualities. With that in mind, he pulled out a white bead from his storage ring. That's right, this was the Ming Yuan bead that Sword Immortal Ming Yuan had given him. It could determine the wearer's fortune for a period of 10 days. Now that he was no longer in danger of becoming a eunuch, he had attained a divine cultivation technique, and he had also survived the heaven and earth collapse. It was time to examine the results. And Lin injected his vital energy into the Ming Yuan bead, and a powerful suction force engulfed his energy, causing his body to collapse. At the same time, a ripple proliferated outward before merging into heaven and earth. The Ming Yuan bead began to glow red before slowly turning purple. At this moment, Lin felt like he was about to throw up a mouthful of blood. Why did this happen? He had just survived a tribulation to make his life a better one. So why was it still so red? And Lin stowed the Ming Yuan bead away before pulling out a golden badge. As long as he activated this golden teleportation badge, he would be able to return to the celestial court. Perhaps he would be able to avoid the impending tribulation there. No, he suddenly came to a realization. Things couldn't be this simple. As if realizing something, he turned toward his system to see if there were any new missions. His body shuddered upon seeing this. Holy F***CK. F***CK. The special mission tab was glowing again. Special mission. Congratulations to host for attaining the embryonic body of the war god. The following mission is now assigned. In order to further enhance the body of the war god, please absorb 10 times 10 golden realm essence crystals within a year. Mission success. Attain initial success in the body of the war god. Mission failure. 100 times 100 years. Note, this mission cannot be rejected. And Lin, F*CKU system, F*CKU. And Lin let loose a torrent of abuse. Shui Zhantian's body shuddered. Master, this name doesn't sound good. Just call me Xiao Tian. Also, what did I do wrong? Why did you scold me? And Lin's face darkened. I'm not talking about you. Shui Zhantian was at a complete loss, and he looked around before blinking in confusion. Was there anyone else here besides him? And Lin almost fainted when he saw the system's mission. Absorb 100 Golden Realm Essence crystals. Where the F*CK would there be so many Realm Essence crystals for him to absorb? If these Golden Realm Essence crystals were converted into Spirit Stones, they would be worth 100 million Spirit Stones. Furthermore, if he failed the mission, he would have to become a eunuch for 10,000 years. Also, why did this despicable calculation of 10 times 10 and 100 times 100 feel so familiar? Next time, would it be calculated by the power of the square? And Lin was seething with anger, his whole body trembling. It suddenly occurred to him that if he failed the mission, he would become Taoist companions with Su Xiaolan 100 years later, and then he would not be able to have intercourse with Su Xiaolan for 9,900 years. No. Under such circumstances, Su Xiaolan would definitely dump him. With this in mind, tears streamed down his face. F*CKU system. And Lin's eyes were bloodshot as he let loose another torrent of abuse. Shui Zhantian stared at Enlin with shock and horror on his face. Had Master gone insane? After a long while, Enlin finally repressed his emotions and released his divine sense into the Crimson Bird's spatial storage magic tool. There was no point in complaining. The only thing he could do now was to find more Golden Realm Essence crystals. He had found a massive map among the miscellaneous items in the storage space. He pulled out the map from his storage space and carefully examined it. After a short while, a faint smile of elation appeared on his face. This was a map of the Void Star section, and Lin didn't have a map of the Void Star section before. After all, he was going to the ancient Divine Division, and he wasn't going to waste his time researching a map that had nothing to do with him. It was exactly because of this that he discovered that he was completely blind after arriving in the Void Star section. This map was like a pillow delivered to him when he was dozing off, and it just so happened to solve his most pressing problem. The terrain outlined on this map had been drawn up using the information of the past explorers of the ancient Tai Chu realm of the southern Heavenly Wing Nation. All types of areas and potential dangers were marked on the map. Although it wasn't completely detailed, it gave him a rough idea of the Void Star section. The brightest red star in the night sky is located north, and we're currently at the Purple Grassland. It's located in the western region of the 9 tectonic plates of the Void Star section. Further west is the Black Sea, and to the north is the White Jade Mountain. The probability of realm essence crystals appearing on the White Jade Mountain is very high, but there are also jade beasts there, so it's very dangerous. And Lin looked at the map before deciding to go to the White Jade Mountain for no other reason than the realm essence crystals. In order to not become a eunuch for 10,000 years, he had to fight. He put on his illusionary star robe and used a spell technique to secure his robe so that he wouldn't be discovered by the Darkwing tribe, Cultivator again. Am I imagining things? Why do I feel like my pocket is a little full? And Lin blinked curiously as he looked down at his pocket. You're not imagining things. It's squeezing into me. Shui Zhantian protested, and Lin pulled out the silver ball from his pocket with an expression of surprise on his face. It's really big. The silver ball was originally only about 3 centimeters in diameter, but it was now a full 10 centimeters in diameter. You liar! How dare you say fairies aren't oviparous? Even the eggs have grown bigger. Shui Zhantian protested. And Lin had nothing to say, and he could only put the silver ball into an even larger pocket before setting off. The purple grassland was extremely vast, and Lin flew relentlessly through the air. There was nothing but grass around him. After 4 hours, he was still unable to see the end of the grassland. Holy F***, this is way too big, and Lin was a little dumbstruck as he looked around at the vast expanse of purple grass around him. The map didn't specify a scale, so Lin didn't know how big this grassland was. All he knew was that this was a special region in the Void Star section. Thankfully, the stars in the sky could guide him. Otherwise, he really would get lost in this vast grassland. And Lin continued to fly, and after another 2 hours, he discovered that the purple grass on the ground was showing signs of wilting. The vibrant purple color gradually dimmed, and its surface was wrinkled and shriveled, giving it a pale and colorless appearance. Ever since he had attained the embryonic body of the war god, his perception of life force had reached a new level. As such, he could roughly sense that the life force of these purple grass was being stripped away by some kind of power, and the direction in which this life force was being stripped away was toward the northeast. And Lin hesitated momentarily, but he still decided to go and investigate. In order to be on the safe side, he cast a few concealment spell techniques on himself and Shui Zhantian before landing on the ground and carefully running forward. The closer they got to the center of the flow of life force, the more wilted the purple grass on the ground became. After traveling for over 50 kilometers, the ground had already become barren and barren. Could it be that some kind of rare treasure had appeared? And Lin was starting to get a little excited. Generally speaking, anything that could cause such a massive change in heaven and earth couldn't be simple. Such a peaceful environment didn't seem to be the result of a battle between mighty figures. Then it was even more likely that a treasure had caused this. Chapter 5:27. And Lin continued to draw closer and closer to where the vitality was flowing. Soon he saw a red dot of light flickering in the distance. The ground was littered with dead grass, all of which had been sucked dry of their vitality and were plastered to the ground like charcoal. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that the red dot of light was a crimson jade coffin, and the vitality of the grassland was constantly converging into this coffin. And Lin stared at the coffin with bewilderment and didn't dare to move recklessly. Could it be that this coffin was a rare treasure? He wasn't sure. This was because this coffin could have been placed here by some mighty figure to conduct some kind of mysterious ritual. If there was an extremely powerful being lying inside, then that would be 2F * King Rude. He pondered for a moment before his storage ring flashed, and 2 shiny silver humanoid Gundams appeared on the ground. You guys go open that coffin and see what's inside. At a time like this, the 2 Gundams were very useful as meat shields. Whoosh! The 2 Gundams flew toward the red coffin. Boom! When they were still about 100 meters away from the coffin, they were suddenly attacked by a terrifying power. A red beam of light materialized in the air before crashing into the 2 Gundams' bodies like a pillar of light, caving in on their sturdy alloy bodies. The Gundams flew back several hundred meters like cannonballs after being struck by the immense force. Thankfully, they were quite resilient, and they crawled back to their feet after rolling a few times on the ground. There's a spell formation here. That's way too well hidden. I didn't even notice it when I was so close to it. And Lin exclaimed in surprise as his eyes turned snowy white as he surveyed the space around the coffin. A series of extremely complex vein patterns appeared before his eyes. This was a small spell formation, but it was extremely complex. For a normal cultivator, breaking this spell formation would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. It was a pity that Lin had the divine inspection technique. A realm-piercing nail appeared in the air before whizzing toward a certain spot in space. Boom! The space tremored violently again, and the spell formation crumbled. The 2 Gundams took this opportunity to pounce toward the red coffin again. They placed their hands on the coffin in an attempt to lift the lid, only to find that they were completely unable to do so. And Lin, what do I need you for? He discovered that the two Gundams were becoming less and less durable after he became more and more powerful. They couldn't fight, and now they couldn't even move coffin lid. Next time, would they have to implant a small program to let them shout 666? Just as he was thinking about this, the blood jade coffin lid suddenly shot up into the sky, and Lin jumped in fright. At this moment, a black shadow leaped out at an extremely fast speed. A cold light shot towards one of the Gundams with the force of lightning. It was a sharp tooth. Crack! The black shadow opened its mouth and bit at the Gundam's neck. Then a tooth was knocked out by the metal neck, and Lin could vaguely see the bitterness on her pale face under her long blonde hair. The two Gundams didn't even have a chance to retaliate before the black shadow leaped back into the coffin. Rumble! The lid of the coffin that shot into the sky fell down again, sealing the coffin. Everything returned to silence, as if the coffin had never been opened in Lin. Master, that person is so pitiful. Even his canine teeth are gone. Shui Zhantian also had a pair of canine teeth, so he was a little sympathetic toward the Gundams. And Lin massaged his brows. Those aren't canine teeth, they're blood-sucking teeth. The identity of the coffin had been confirmed. This was AF * King treasure. This was AF * King resting place for a blood tribe mighty figure. However, that blood tribe mighty figure seemed to be a little weak. Gundam 1 and Gundam 2's alloy armor had high defensive capabilities, but it shouldn't have been able to bite through their teeth. Taking a step back, and Lin could tell that the Gundams weren't going to taste good just by looking at their hard and stiff bodies. Was there something wrong with this mighty figure's head? Sucking life force, coffin, weak strength, delirious, and Lin pieced together all of this information to form a rough picture of what had happened. Perhaps this blood tribe mighty figure had been severely wounded, so he was lying in the coffin to recover, and the method of recovery was to absorb the life force of the purple grassland. That must be it. And Lin's eyes lit up as he stared at the crimson jade coffin with a scorching light in his eyes. When dealing with an enemy, one had to strike while they were down. What was there to be afraid of when even the two Gundams couldn't take him down? Besides, he was the Poison Lord, the nemesis of the Blood Tribe, and Lin felt like he was in the bag this time. The two Gundams continued to lift the lid of the coffin, but no matter how hard they tried, they were unable to lift it. After that, under Lin's instructions, they attacked the coffin with particle swords, laser cannons, and dark purple dragon flames. However, the coffin remained unscathed no matter what they did, and Lin chuckled coldly. Do you think I can't do anything to you just because you're hiding in your turtle shell? He also began to slowly approach the crimson jade coffin. The coffin glowed with a dazzling red light, and it was clear that it was still sucking life force. The crimson jade was semi-transparent, and through the lid of the coffin, and Lin could see a curvaceous, golden-haired woman in a black robe. Her eyes were closed, and she was sleeping peacefully, as if she were a sleeping beauty. Let me wake you up, little beauty. A sly smile appeared on Lin's face as he stroked the cold coffin. Shui Zhantian's body shuddered. He suddenly felt like his master was the antagonist, and Lin thought for a moment before deciding to use the normal method to open the coffin. He placed his hands on the edge of the coffin and tried to lift the lid with his power, only to find that the coffin lid had fused together with the coffin, and the coffin had fused together with the earth around it. Even after using all of his power, the coffin remained completely motionless, and Lin drew his evil slaying sword, and an earth-shattering black light burst forth from the blade as he slashed down. An extremely sharp sword projection struck the crimson jade coffin, and the resulting shockwaves tore open the earth for over a kilometer. The web between Enlin's thumb and forefinger almost split open from the impact. He looked down at his evil slaying sword to find that it had only managed to leave an extremely small crack in the crimson jade coffin, and the crack healed after a few seconds. Great holy flame, demonic star flame, heavenly void flame, and setting moon flame. The 4 divine flames enshrouded the entire crimson jade coffin, and terrifying temperatures roasted the coffin relentlessly. How does this steamer coffin feel? Enlin asked with a sinister smile. Within the coffin, the sleeping golden-haired woman finally opened her eyes, and she stared at Enlin with her crimson eyes. Her expression remained calm and tranquil. Liquid-like ripples suddenly appeared on the surface of the crimson jade coffin, and it seemed to be resisting the invasion of the divine flames. Enlin was very elated. The sleeping beauty had woken up and was resisting, which meant that his divine flames were working, and he immediately increased the intensity of the flames. Chapter 5:28. The 4 divine flames caused the air around them to twist and warp. An indescribably high temperature enveloped the crimson jade coffin, but the blood tribe woman within the coffin remained completely indifferent, and there wasn't even a single drop of sweat on her forehead. One had to realize that even Enlin was sweating profusely. 15 minutes later, Enlin had almost depleted all of his energy, and he was panting heavily as the divine flame roasted him. He had to conserve some energy in case the blood tribe woman within the coffin suddenly attacked. Enlin swallowed a blood spirit pill and stared at the crimson jade coffin with a slightly pained expression. The corners of the woman's mouth curled up slightly as a mocking smile appeared on her pale face. The crimson jade coffin glowed with a bright red light once again, and it seemed to be absorbing the vitality of the purple grassland at an even faster rate. Enlin stood beside the crimson jade coffin with a helpless expression. If he allowed the blood tribe mighty figure within the coffin to recover, the roles of the prey and the hunter would change when the coffin lid was lifted. Should he leave now? Enlin was a little reluctant. After all, this was the best opportunity to land the killing blow, as well as the fastest way to obtain golden realm essence crystals. Was there a faster way to obtain realm essence crystals than to kill someone and steal their treasures? At least not in Enlin's eyes. She was a return to void stage mighty figure who had risked her life for close to 10 days in the ancient Tai Chu realm. Just as Enlin was hesitating, Shui Zhantian's stomach suddenly rumbled. "Master, I'm going to relieve myself first." Shui Zhantian flapped his wings and flew into the air. "Relieve yourself for what?" Enlin blinked with curiosity. "I ate an ice-type spirit fruit too quickly, and the ice blade was too strong, so my stomach isn't feeling too good. I have a bit of diarrhea." Shui Zhantian explained sheepishly, and Lin's lips twitched. This was the first time he had heard of someone getting diarrhea from eating a spirit fruit. But all of a sudden his eyes lit up as a brilliant idea floated into his mind. "Little Tian." A mysterious smile appeared on Enlin's face. "I am here." Shui Zhantian swallowed nervously. He didn't know what his master was thinking about. "Didn't you want to relieve yourself? Just do it here." Enlin pointed at the lid of the crimson jade coffin with a sinister smile. "Shui Zhantian, master, do you think I'm a shameless snow soul beast?" Shui Zhantian glowered at Enlin with a furious expression. Enlin shook his head. "You're not. You're a powerful being who is fearless in order to win. You're a fearless being who you are. After you succeed, you'll be rewarded with 5 spirit fruits." Enlin raised the stakes once again. "So be it. I'm not defecating in front of other snow soul beasts anyway. I'm defecating in front of a blood tribe cultivator." Shui Zhantian flew toward the crimson jade coffin with a heroic expression on his face. That's right. What it was doing now was the same as a human defecating in the wild in front of a group of wild beasts. Since they were of different species, The sense of shame would be much lower. Little Tian, move a little closer. That's right, aim at her head. That's it. Shui Zhantian finally got into position under Enlin's guidance. Shui Zhantian hovered 10 centimeters above the crimson jade coffin, and his fluffy white fur parted slightly to reveal a small hole. Then the indifferent expression on the blood tribe woman's face disappeared. Her beautiful eyes were wide open, and there was a hint of terror and incredulity on her exquisite but pale face. At that moment, gray excrement began to pour down. Can you imagine someone shitting on your head? Even though it was a translucent coffin, the experience was still extremely terrifying. Shame, humiliation, disgust, countless negative emotions assaulted him. This was a terrifying mental blow. Finally, the vampire lady exploded. Rumble. The lid of the coffin suddenly exploded, sending Shui Zhantian flying into the sky. I want you dead. The blood tribe woman let out an enraged roar, and her white hands formed claws as she pounced toward Enlin at a terrifying speed. Her fingers tore through the air in lethal crimson trajectories, threatening to tear Enlin's body apart. Enlin was already prepared, and he had already unleashed his wind sword the moment the lid of the coffin exploded. Hence, he was even faster than the blood tribe woman in that instant. He dodged to the side to evade the blood tribe woman's crimson finger projection, and his evil-slaying sword slashed a peerlessly sharp, white line toward the woman's waist. The evil-slaying sword sliced through the woman's black robe, and a line of blood appeared on her fair skin. So fast! The blood tribe woman's heart jolted with shock. She didn't think that a soul formation stage cultivator would be able to unleash such a fast attack. However, against a soul formation stage cultivator, she had 100 ways to easily kill him. The two of them passed by each other, and the blood tribe woman came out on top in their first clash. However, when she turned to look at Enlin, she had already extended a hand toward Enlin and made a grabbing motion. The space within a radius of over 1,000 feet instantly congealed. This was a spatial seal that only returned to void stage mighty figures could master, and Lin's body was also immobilized in that instant. A smile appeared on the blood tribe woman's face. A mere soul formation stage cultivator like you wants to defeat me? You're far too naive. Even if I'm severely wounded, I can still defeat you in the blink of an eye. Kacha! A cracking sound suddenly erupted, and a red streak of light pierced through the air, pulverizing the spatial seal before puncturing the blood tribe woman's head. How could this be? The blood tribe woman stared at Enlin with incredulity on her face. Enlin immediately turned around and charged toward the woman's face again as his evil-slaying sword fell mercilessly. Like a ghost, the woman retreated backward and quickly calmed her mind. As expected of a return to void stage blood tribe mighty figure, her life force was terrifyingly powerful. Even after her head had been punctured by the realm-piercing nail, she was still very much alive and kicking. Furthermore, she was still able to materialize a crimson sword in her hands to defend against Enlin's attacks. Hee, you're only a return to void stage mighty figure. Your spatial manipulation is rusty and weak, and even your strength and speed are suppressed by me. Are you a return to void stage guardian? Enlin taunted as he attacked. The blood tribe woman's chest heaved with rage, and she glowered at Enlin with her almond-shaped eyes. She let loose a clear cry, and the blood energy within her body surged explosively. She had been forced to unleash a mystic technique. Whoosh! Her body transformed into a streak of crimson light before crashing into the evil-slaying sword. Enlin was knocked flying by a powerful force, and as he flew through the air, the blood tribe woman had already pounced toward Enlin at an even faster speed. She bared her sharp white teeth and bit down toward Enlin's neck. Enlin could feel the blood within his body being sucked violently. He didn't think that the woman would still be so ferocious, even with a broken tooth. She could even bite through his body of the war god. He pretended to be extremely shocked as he slashed his sword toward the woman before him. The Blood Tribe woman reacted extremely quickly, and she immediately gave up on sucking blood to evade the sword strike. Hey, little brother's blood is so sweet. The Blood Tribe woman licked her crimson lips in a seductive manner. Drink some more if you like it. And Lynn wore a smug expression. A hint of confusion appeared on the Blood Tribe woman's face. What do you mean by that? And Lynn wiped the blood from his neck with a smile. My blood is extremely poisonous to you, Blood Tribe cultivators. You're quite powerful, so you can probably last for about a minute? The Blood Tribe woman faltered slightly upon hearing this before bursting into laughter. Ha ha ha. Little brother, are you joking with me? Do you think I'll believe such a clumsy lie? She tucked a few strands of golden hair behind her ear and raised her chin with a disdainful expression. The life force of us Blood Tribe cultivators is not something lowly beings like you can comprehend. No one's poison can kill me. As soon as she finished speaking, her delicate body trembled, and a strange flush appeared on her face. Chapter 5:29. And Lynn was ecstatic to see the Blood Tribe woman's reaction. Haha, how do you feel now? Do you know how powerful I am now? The blush on the Blood Tribe woman's face had yet to recede, and she looked up at Lynn with rippling, crimson eyes. You are very powerful. What was with that expression? And Lynn's lips twitched upon seeing this, and he was unable to comprehend what was happening. Was this the reaction of a Blood Tribe cultivator after being poisoned? Shouldn't her eyes roll back into her head, and she should be foaming at the mouth before fainting? What was with that amorous expression on her face? Right at this moment, the Blood Tribe woman suddenly half knelt to the ground with her brows furrowed in pain. She clutched at her chest as her body began to tremble, and Lynn immediately relaxed upon seeing this. This was the right reaction. This was the reaction that a person should have after being poisoned. The Blood Tribe woman opened her mouth with difficulty. Your blood. A faint smile appeared on Lynn's face, and he was just about to open his mouth to mock her when an extremely seductive voice sounded again. I like this smell. It's as if it's purifying everything in me. The Blood Tribe woman raised her head, and her pale face became especially rosy and alluring from the flush. Her loose black robe revealed a large expanse of her fair chest, as well as her voluptuous breasts, and Lynn drew a sharp intake of breath upon seeing this, and he immediately averted his gaze. He calmed his heart and looked into the woman's scorching eyes with astonishment. Don't you feel like you're about to die? The Blood Tribe woman smiled seductively. I do. And Lynn heaved an internal sigh of relief upon hearing this. Thank goodness. I feel like I'm about to die from pleasure, the Blood Tribe woman added. And Lynn, the Blood Tribe woman, slowly rose to her feet, and she seemed to have caught her breath. Aside from the fact that her breathing was a little ragged, her face was a little flushed, and her eyes were a little seductive. There didn't seem to be any other changes. And Lynn stumbled back a few steps, and his entire body was tense as he appraised the woman before him with a guarded expression. This Blood Tribe woman still hadn't collapsed after such a long time. Could it be that his blood had really lost its effect? And Lynn was a little nervous and dejected. In that case, his greatest reliance against the Blood Tribe mighty figures would be gone. Don't think that the enemy is easy to bully just because he's heavily injured. The life force of the Blood Tribe was extremely powerful, and it was not easy to kill a return to Void Stage Blood Tribe mighty figure. In order to end this battle, he might have to go all out again. It was going to be another tough battle. The Blood Tribe woman looked at Lynn with a complicated expression and shook her head. Don't be nervous, I won't hurt you. After all, you helped me purify my body. Right now, from my body to my soul, I refuse to hurt you. And Lynn opened his mouth, suspecting that he had misheard. You keep saying that your blood is poisonous, but what you don't know is that your blood is the most delicious blood in the world. It's compatible with the heavenly Tao and has the ability to purify all evil in the world. The blood tribe woman looked at Enlin with a scorching gaze and continued. Weak blood tribe members may not be able to withstand this purifying power, and their life force will collapse while being purified. However, if they can endure it, it will become the source liquid that can elevate their life force to a higher level. And Lin was dumbstruck. Was that really the case? He recalled back to when the blood tribe was poisoned. Even though all of them were foaming at the mouth and their life force had been severed, none of their blood had turned black. The cause of death was very similar to the collapse of their life force. His blood was also effective against evil beings like the demons of hell. So this seemed to be related to purification as well, and Lin's eyes widened in shock. So, I'm not the poison lord, but the medicine lord instead? That's right, your blood is the most delicious medicine in the world. The blood tribe woman looked at Enlin with a pleading expression and pursed her lips. Can you let me take another sip? Just one sip. As long as you agree, I'll agree to anything you ask of me. And Lin really wanted to tell her to stay where she was and go buy a few oranges by himself. But on second thought, the vampire woman's reaction was quite thought-provoking. After all, if this woman really did desire his blood, she could use force to take it from him. As long as she could conquer him, she would be able to suck his blood to her heart's content. However, the blood tribe woman didn't make that choice. Instead, she lowered her head and pleaded with him. It looked like, could it be that the blood tribe woman was right? After sucking his blood, her body and soul refused to harm him? And Lin used a spell technique to extract a large drop of blood from the wound on his neck. Do you want to drink it? The blood tribe woman nodded incessantly. Yes, yes. Then use your storage ring and that blood jade coffin to exchange for it. And Lin chuckled. The blood tribe woman faltered slightly upon hearing this. Then she turned to Enlin with tears in her eyes. You're such a bully. She extended a slender finger and produced a crimson storage ring before tossing it to Enlin. The blood jade coffin is over there. Go get it yourself. And Lin caught the storage ring and was dumbstruck for a long time. Did he really just use a drop of blood to exchange for the entire fortune of a return to Void Stage Mighty Figure? So his blood was actually so valuable. And Lin was both overwhelmed by the favor and pained by the amount of blood he had shed in the past. His emotions were extremely complex. He flicked the drop of blood that was hovering in midair toward the blood tribe woman. The blood tribe woman opened her mouth and swallowed it with a satisfied expression. And Lin, Shui Zhantian eagerly carried the blood jade coffin to Enlin's side. Without the enhancement of the spell technique, the coffin could finally be moved. Prior to carrying the coffin, Shui Zhantian was very considerate and used a spell technique to clean the excrement on the lid of the coffin. And Lin stowed everything into his storage ring before looking at the blood tribe woman, who seemed to be still reveling in the aftertaste of the coffin. Seeing as there's nothing else, I'll be taking my leave. That's right, his target was the blood tribe woman's fortune. Seeing as he had already obtained the fortune, there was no point in continuing to fight, so he might as well retreat. And Lin departed on his brick, with Shui Zhantian in tow. The blood tribe woman gritted her teeth as she looked on at Enlin's departing figure. She also rose into the air and followed behind Enlin. And Lin, why are you following me? Can you let me drink some more blood? The blood tribe woman stammered. You allowed me to experience a different life. If you let me drink some blood, I'll be sure to repay you in the future. And Lin chuckled coldly. You want to drink my blood? Give up on this idea. No way. Oh, the blood tribe woman nodded with disappointment and fell silent. 15 minutes later, and Lin turned around with a headache. What the hell do you want? The woman evaded his gaze and replied in a low voice, I'm in a hurry. What the F***CK are you in a hurry? I've already turned in so many directions, and you're still following me. You call this a hurry? You're tailing me. You're tailing me. and Lin yelled with veins bulging on his forehead. Tailing me? A smile appeared on the blood tribe woman's face. That's a good word. And Lin's chest constricted, and he almost fainted from rage. They were discussing whether or not that was a good word. I definitely won't let you drink any more of my blood. There's no point in following me, and Lin said in a feeble voice. There's a point. The blood tribe woman replied stubbornly, You'll always be injured in battle, and you'll bleed when you're injured. After you bleed, I'll be able to absorb your blood. And Lin's vision darkened, and he almost fell off his black brick. F***CK. She was right. What could he do? Chapter 530. And Lin flew toward the white jade mountain atop his brick. Even though the white jade mountain was fraught with perils, there was a very high chance that realm essence crystals would appear there. Hence, and Lin decided to go there without any hesitation. Becoming a eunuch for 10,000 years was no joke, and he couldn't afford to lose that. At this moment, he was sitting on his brick with a distressed expression as he flew forward. He wasn't distressed because of the threat of becoming a eunuch. Instead, he was distressed because of the blood tribe woman who was also sitting on his brick. Have you finally acknowledged me? Don't worry, as long as you give me your blood, I'll agree to any request you make. The blood tribe woman patted her voluptuous chest with a vibrant smile, and Lin was a little surprised as he looked at the woman's chest. She was wearing a loose black robe, so Lin didn't notice just how large her chest was. Now that he took a closer look, wow, at least 36D, were the blood tribe nourished this well. Could it be that sucking more blood could enhance breasts? And Lin had seen so many blood tribe women, but none of them were flat-chested. The blood tribe woman seemed to have noticed Lin's gaze, and a blush appeared on her face as she fidgeted a little. That kind of thing is possible, but it's my first time, so I'll have to pay a little more blood, and Lin almost threw up a mouthful of blood upon hearing this. Since when had his blood become a bargaining chip? No. More importantly, am I such a shallow person? And Lin coughed lightly before speaking with a serious expression. Don't overthink things. I didn't ask you to come to the Black Brick because I approved of you. I just wanted to have a good talk with you. Having a return to Void Stage mighty figure tailing him was a very big threat. Who knew if the woman's ability to attack Lin would suddenly disappear? If the blood tribe woman recovered from her injuries and decided to kill him, then Lin wouldn't even have a place to cry. And Lin also had another option, which was to unleash his full power and kill the woman tailing him. However, there was also a downside to doing this. Both sides would really shed all pretense of cordiality, and it would evolve into a true life-and-death battle. The consequences of this might be even more severe. He felt that the blood tribe woman's injuries had healed quite a bit, and he might not be able to defeat her. Also, even if the woman couldn't bear to hurt Lin because of the purification earlier, she would still run away. After he escaped, he slowly followed behind, and both sides shed all pretense of cordiality. Wouldn't that make the situation even worse? After hearing Lin's words, the blood tribe woman nodded. All right, speak. What do you want to talk about? And Lin thought about it and said, If you want my blood, I can give you some. The vampire woman's eyes lit up upon hearing this. Good. Tell me your conditions. Establish a slave contract with me. Only then can I feel at ease letting you stay by my side, said Lin with a smile. The blood tribe woman's expression faltered, and she seemed to have fallen into an intense struggle. In the end, she lowered her head and shook her head. No, I can't do that. You're a human, and I'm a blood tribe, and Lin massaged his brows and could only compromise in the end. Then I'll give you a drop of blood. Don't follow me anymore. A drop of blood wasn't much to him. He just didn't want this blood tribe woman to push her luck. He didn't have any better ideas, so he could only use a drop of blood to get the woman to piss off. The blood tribe woman gripped the corner of her black robe tightly and hesitated for a long while before nodding with difficulty. "All right, I agree." And Lin made a small cut on his fingertip and released a drop of blood for the woman. The blood tribe woman eagerly swallowed the drop of blood, and she narrowed her eyes as she relaxed her breathing. And Lin was quite puzzled. Was his blood really that delicious? He thought about it for a while before getting himself another drop of blood and swallowing it. In the end, there's no other taste to it apart from being a little fishy. "If you're done, then get out of here." And Lin said impatiently. The blood tribe woman looked at Lin longingly and licked her rosy lips as if she wanted to eat more. "Get out of here! Get out of here!" And Lin pointed at the sky behind him as he spoke in a determined voice. The blood tribe woman's eyes were filled with tears as she looked at Lin with a pitiful expression. "Don't chase me away, please. You promised me." "Why? Are you going back on your word?" And Lin chuckled coldly. "I can't leave you." The blood tribe woman's eyes were red as she pursed her lips. Those who didn't know better would think that this was a scene of lovers breaking up. However, the reality was that this woman only liked to drink Lin's blood and refused to leave, and Lin was exasperated. "I've never seen such a shameless person." "What's your name?" "Tell me my name, and I'll leave." The blood tribe woman struggled to hold back her tears as she stared at Lin, and Lin snapped, "My name is Enritien." "Enritien." The blood tribe woman murmured to herself, "Pacify the world, as dazzling as the sun, as vast as the sky. What a good name." And Lin's body swayed unsteadily. F***CK. Was that how Enritien interpreted the name? "My name is Cassidy," the blood tribe woman said with a smile. "We'll meet again, Enritien." And Lin rolled his eyes. Who cared what this woman's name was? Cassidy? Even Dihua Xiu couldn't compare to her shamelessness. A hint of dejection appeared on Cassidy's face at the sight of Lin's impatient expression, but she still forced a smile onto her face before waving goodbye. With great difficulty, the great Buddha finally left. Xue Zhantian pounced toward Lin excitedly as Cassidy flew into the distance. "Master, you changed your name? I have to say, you have a very good eye for names. We really are the same kind of people." And Lin chuckled. "Who's the same kind of person as you? You're a beast, not a human." Xue Zhantian blinked his large, round eyes in confusion. "Is that the point?" And Lin explained, "I just didn't want to reveal my real name to that blood tribe woman in case she curses me with a mystic technique when she's in a bad mood. I really don't appreciate your taste in names." He pulled out the blood soul jade coffin and used his divine inspection technique to appraise it as he spoke. Blood soul jade coffin, intermediate rank immortal tool, has the ability to prevent the death of a person on the brink of death, preserve the physical body, condense the consciousness, and prevent the consciousness from dissipating. It also has the ability to absorb the surrounding life force to repair the user's injuries. A satisfied smile appeared on Lin's face. Just this immortal tool alone was worth it for him. No, this was a massive profit. He continued to refine Cassidy's storage ring while using his divine sense to inspect the contents within. His expression then faltered slightly before an expression of undisguised ecstasy appeared on his face. 3 words, "You've made a killing." Just as he had guessed, Cassidy had battled another mighty figure in the past. Not only that, but Cassidy had even killed that mighty figure. The evidence was the items within the storage ring, many of which originated from different regions. There were flowing light shells, divine sea rods, illusionary pearls, all types of marine products, as well as water-type spirit pills, and Lin appraised all of the items and discovered that the mighty figure was most likely an ancient monster from the West Sea. He tallied up all of the items within Cassidy's storage ring. There were a total of 162 vital stones, 15 spirit tools, 41 spirit pills, 25 spirit fruits, and a bunch of marine products including food, tools, and all types of tool refinement materials. Even though there weren't any extra immortal tools, there were 4 immortal pills. There were 3 8th-grade immortal pills, blood Rakshasa pills, which could heal one's blood essence and injuries at an extremely fast rate. There was also a 6th-grade immortal pill, Jade Sea Water Soul pill, which could enhance the cultivator's affinity for water-type spell techniques to a small extent. Most importantly, there were 5 golden realm essence crystals in the storage ring, and Lin was almost moved to tears at the sight of the 5 golden realm essence crystals. The heavens had not let him down. There were still 95 more golden realm essence crystals to go. Aside from that, there were 12 red realm essence crystals and 31 white realm essence crystals in the storage ring. And Lin checked his storage ring to find that his net worth had already exceeded 20 million spirit stones. He was quite elated to find that he had more than 20 million spirit stones. After all, money was never a burden. He had only just tallied up his storage ring when the space before him suddenly cracked open, and Lin hurriedly came to a screeching halt atop his brick, and his heart leaped into his throat. This spatial power, was it a return to Void Stage Mighty Figure? An enemy attack? Immediately afterward, a gorgeous woman in a loose black robe emerged from the spatial crack. She intertwined her hands on her lower abdomen, and tears shimmered in her eyes as she stared at Lin with a pitiable expression, as if she had been greatly wronged. She took a deep breath, and as if she had made up her mind, she spoke in a trembling voice. "Henri Tien, I've decided to establish a slave contract with you." And Lin, Chapter 531. And Lin's mouth gaped open as he stared at the woman before him. The woman before him was none other than Cassidy, and she seemed to have made up her mind to agree to establish a slave contract with Lin. It made sense. A return to Void Stage Mighty Figure would be willing to become the slave of a soul formation stage cultivator. No one would dare to believe this. Furthermore, the 2 of them were enemies, so this was even more incredible. If a novelist from the Kingdom of the 9 States were to write a story like this, he would definitely be denounced as a lunatic. However, this was reality, and reality was often more bizarre than stories. She couldn't live without Lin. No, to put it more accurately, she couldn't live without Lin's blood. She was addicted. Not only was her body dependent on Lin, but even her soul was also dependent on him. "You are my only source of light. I can't live without you." Cassidy stared at Lin with a heartfelt expression. "How did you find my location?" And Lin was struck by a headache. A faint blush appeared on Cassidy's face. "I can't forget your aura. The blood tribe is very adept at tracking auras, so it wasn't difficult for me to find your location." And Lin's lips twitched upon hearing this. This sticky woman really couldn't be underestimated. However, seeing as she was willing to sign a slave contract, none of that would be an issue. "Have you really made up your mind?" And Lin asked. "Yes." Cassidy nodded with a solemn expression, and Lin made a hand seal, and a shimmering golden drop of blood essence flew out from between his fingers. Cassidy immediately flew toward the drop of blood essence with an excited expression before swallowing it in one gulp. After swallowing the blood essence, her face began to flush. Her delicate body went limp, and she let out a soft moan. It was obvious that she enjoyed it very much. "Ah, this taste is even more delicious than normal blood," and Lin was about to explode upon seeing this, and he let loose a torrent of abuse. "What the F***CK? You swallowed my drop of blood essence. Is this how slave contracts are supposed to be established? Are you trying to swallow my drop of blood essence?" In order to establish the slave contract, Cassidy had to fuse her blood essence into her glabella. However, she did not say anything and directly swallowed the blood essence. And Lin felt that he had been tricked. That's right, he must have been tricked. Cassidy returned to her senses and looked at Lin with an aggrieved expression. "I'm sorry, I really couldn't help it. I promise that this won't happen again." If I believed you, I would be an idiot. and Lynn sneered. Cassidy closed her eyes and said, "How about this? Tie me up so I can't move, and you can drip your blood essence onto my glabella." And Lynn thought about it. This was indeed a good idea. He rummaged through his storage ring and really did find a rope. This was an intermediate rank spirit tool, the blue sea dragon rope. It was crafted from the tendons of a young West Sea dragon and possessed extremely powerful binding properties. And Lynn used the blue rope to tie Cassidy up. Her slender waist, nimble hands, voluptuous breasts, and long, sexy legs. "Oi, is there a need to tie me up so tightly?" Cassidy couldn't help but ask, and Lynn blushed as he stopped what he was doing. It had to be said that Cassidy's figure was superb. She was a rare, seductive beauty, and Lynn was instantly hooked up to her. Cassidy's figure appeared even sexier after being tied up by the blue sea dragon rope, and Lynn couldn't help but steal a few more glances at her. After a short while, he stopped looking and began the slave contract ceremony, drawing out another golden drop of blood essence. Blood essence was no ordinary blood. Instead, it was blood that was imbued with Lynn's spiritual essence and Tao intent. If he were to use it too many times in a row, his body would be completely depleted, so he had to succeed this time. Cassidy's body trembled slightly at the sight of the drop of blood essence, and her eyes were filled with intense yearning. Having tasted the marrow, she really wanted to eat this drop of blood essence. She opened her mouth and stuck out her pink tongue, upon which she pounced toward the drop of blood essence like a dumpling. Cassidy had lost her rationality again. Holy F***CK! And Lynn was given a massive fright, and he immediately unleashed a spell technique to draw back the drop of blood essence. Cassidy was still pouncing toward him, and Lynn slapped her onto the brick before mounting her and pinning her down beneath his body. "Calm down. Let go of me. Let go of me. I want to devour your blood essence." Cassidy struggled on the brick, and Lynn had one hand on Cassidy's shoulder to stabilize her body while his other hand covered her mouth to prevent her from devouring the drop of blood essence. Wah! Cassidy struggled with all her might as tears of indignation welled up in her crimson eyes, and Lynn's face convulsed upon seeing this. F***CK! Why does it look like I'm up to no good? The drop of blood essence began to fly toward Cassidy's glabella before landing on her glabella without any mishaps. And Lynn heaved a sigh of relief before looking at her glabella with an expectant expression, only to discover that the golden drop of blood showed no signs of being devoured. He looked at Cassidy with a speechless expression, and there was a hint of indifference in his eyes. A slave contract could only be established with the consent of both parties. Right now, Cassidy was only focused on devouring the blood essence and not on establishing a connection with it. I'll give you 3 seconds. If you can't establish a contract within 3 seconds, then piss off. And Lynn said in a cold voice. Cassidy's expression faltered upon hearing this before a hint of clarity returned to her scorching eyes. 3, 2, 1. The golden drop of blood began to seep into Cassidy's glabella as Lynn's voice trailed off. An indistinct connection was established between Lynn and Cassidy, thereby establishing a slave contract. And Lynn heaved a sigh of relief before rising to his feet and releasing the blue sea dragon rope, so that Cassidy could move freely again. A hint of disappointment appeared on Cassidy's face, as if she had missed out on something very beautiful. By the way, your name Cassidy is too hard to pronounce. I'll call you Little Co from now on. And Lynn sat down on his black brick as he spoke. Little Co? Cassidy faltered slightly upon hearing this. She was a revered return to Void Stage mighty figure and the sect leader of the Heavenly Blood Sect. But she was being referred to as Little Co by a soul formation stage cultivator? However, she suddenly recalled that the man before her was already her master, so there was nothing wrong with referring to him as such. Thus, she heaved an indiscernible sigh before nodding. All right, Master Enritien. Don't call me Enritien, my name is Lynn. And Lynn waved his hand. Cassidy raised her head and looked up at Enlin with confusion in her eyes. I was lying to you. My real name is Enlin, Enlin explained. Cassidy's negative emotions surged. I'm so angry, but I still have to maintain a smile on my face. He's already my master after all. Then, master, when can I suck your blood? Cassidy stared at Enlin with a scorching light in her eyes. Enlin rolled his eyes. This slave was toxic. All she wanted to do was suck his blood, maybe when I'm in a good mood. Enlin replied perfunctorily. Cassidy made her way over and latched onto Enlin's arm as her voluptuous chest rubbed against his arm. She inched closer to Enlin's ear and spoke in a seductive voice. Then how can I make you happy? Can I please you? Enlin shuddered upon hearing this, and he immediately shrugged off Cassidy's hand. Get away from me. Oh. Cassidy took a couple of steps back, but her seductive red eyes stared intently at Enlin. F***CK. This B***starred is even more seductive than Xiaohong. If she continued to tease him like this, Enlin felt like he was about to lose his virginity. Ahem. I'll reward you with blood whenever you perform meritorious deeds in battle. Enlin began to list out all kinds of meritorious deeds as he spoke. For example, obtaining an immortal tool would reward him with 3 milliliters of blood. Obtaining 1,000,000 spirit stones would reward him with 1 milliliter of blood. Obtaining a golden realm essence crystal would reward him with 1 milliliter of blood. Killing a return to void stage mighty figure would reward him with 5 milliliters of blood. Cassidy sat obediently on her black brick as she listened to Enlin's conditions with a scorching light in her eyes. Chapter 532. Enlin continued to fly toward the white jade mountain atop his black brick. Now that he had the help of a return to void stage mighty figure, he was a lot safer. Cassidy was at the pinnacle of the return to void initial stage and was about to progress to the return to void intermediate stage. With her help, even if he couldn't defeat other return to void stage mighty figures, he would still have a good chance of escaping. Enlin lent the blood soul jade coffin to Cassidy to continue her recuperation. Cassidy stared at the coffin with complex emotions in her heart. If it weren't for the fact that she had been overly confident and decided to recuperate on the grasslands, she wouldn't have encountered Enlin, and she wouldn't have become his servant. No, it wasn't for no reason. It was for the mighty holy blood, for the blood that could elevate one's life force to a higher level. She lay in the coffin and unleashed a spell technique to absorb the vitality within a radius of several dozen kilometers. Enlin flew above the purple grasslands atop his black brick, and everything in his wake was completely barren and barren, as if he were a demon king. After flying for close to 2 hours, the blood soul jade coffin opened again, and Cassidy sat up before stretching lazily to show off her impressive figure. The starlight shone down on her face, making her appear particularly enchanting and enchanting. Phew, I've almost recovered. Cassidy said, If you've recovered, then hurry up and come out of the coffin and stop your spell technique. Enlin snapped. Why are you in such a hurry? Cassidy pursed her lips. I've been a moving target for 2 hours, and I'm not as careless as you. Enlin felt like it was best not to use this type of coffin, as it would attract too many enemies if it emitted such a bright red light. After Cassidy emerged from the coffin, Enlin stowed the blood soul jade coffin away. Our main mission now is to collect golden realm essence crystals. We have to do everything we can to obtain golden realm essence crystals. Enlin spoke with a solemn expression. Oh. Cassidy nodded before turning to Enlin with a peculiar expression. I've always wanted to ask who gave you the courage to come to the Void Star section as a mere soul formation stage cultivator. Don't blame me for being blunt. Your strength is indeed at the peak of the soul formation stage. But who can you defeat here? Could it be that he came here just because there are more golden realm essence crystals in the Void Star section? Enlin almost cried when he heard that. Do you think I wanted to come here? After saying that, he told Cassidy about his experience. Cassidy was surprised to hear this. I didn't think you would encounter the legendary giant Starry Mountain. It does have the ability to pass through the space between the two domains. You're really unlucky. You can't say that I'm unlucky. Fortune and misfortune come hand in hand. At the very least, I've gained quite a lot of spoils of war, and I've even taken in a return to Void Stage Servant, and Lynn sighed with emotion. Cassidy. So should I keep smiling now, or should I praise you instead? And Lynn. I'm sorry, that was just a slip of the tongue, and Lynn was quite embarrassed to have accidentally stabbed Cassidy in the heart. By the way, do you know how far away the Purple Grass Plains is from the White Jade Mountain? I've been walking for so long, but I still can't see the end of it, and Lynn suddenly asked. Cassidy paused momentarily before replying. The Purple Grass Plains are quite big. At your current speed, it'll take you about 6 hours to get there. That's so far! And Lynn was astonished. You want to go to the White Jade Mountain? Why didn't you tell me? I could have taken you there in less than an hour using spatial skipping, Cassidy said with a perplexed expression. And Lynn, Cassidy's question was so sharp that Lynn had no response to it. Because I'm stupid. And Lynn chose to answer in the end. Thus, Cassidy tore open a spatial gate and stepped into it with Lynn in one hand and Shuizhantian in the other. The White Jade Mountain was a stretch of pristine white mountain ranges with a layer of white jade covering the surface of the mountain ranges. They glowed faintly under the light of the stars in the sky, giving the tranquil environment a sense of holiness. A black spatial rift split open in the air, and a long-legged woman emerged with Shuizhantian, who was frothing at the mouth, and Lynn, who was completely dizzy. Oi, are you guys okay? It's only been an hour, and you're already so dizzy? Cassidy asked with a resigned expression, and Lynn rubbed his brows and grumbled. You're the one who's not very good at spatial skipping, and you're blaming me for this? That's right. A real man should advance bravely, not up and down, left and right, breaking suddenly and charging forward. You can't even stay still for a second. Shuizhantian lay on Lynn's head with a dispirited expression. Cassidy rolled her eyes. Do you think traveling through space is the same as teleporting through a spatial spell formation? There are many things that you have to be aware of. She couldn't be bothered to explain. Instead, she swept her divine sense outward in a frenzy. Her top priority now was to find the Golden Realm essence crystals to exchange for that delicious blood. All of a sudden, her expression faltered, and she turned toward a certain direction as a seductive smile appeared on her face. And Lynn immediately knew that something was up, and he asked in an urgent voice, What did you discover? Cassidy pointed in a certain direction with a mysterious smile on her face. I discovered the aura of my kind in that direction. It's the aura of the blood tribe. And Lynn immediately understood upon hearing this. He nodded. Let's go have a look. He put on his illusionary star robe and followed behind Cassidy with Shuizhantian in his arms. Cassidy also unleashed a mystic technique to conceal her body and aura as they flew forward. As they drew closer and closer, and Lynn was greeted by the sight of an extremely strange terrain. Among a series of mountains that were covered in white jade, there was one that was slightly smaller at the base and slightly larger at the top. The slope of the mountain wasn't very steep, and it looked like a thick pillar from afar. There seemed to be a faint, golden glow emanating from this pillar, and Lynn's attention was immediately drawn to it. It was quite clear that this was an abnormal region. 5 humanoid jade statues over 100 feet tall stood at the top of the pillar in a circular formation. There was no life aura emanating from them, but they gave off an extremely dangerous feeling. And Lynn looked around the pillar to discover 3 figures standing in a triangular formation. He looked at these 3 beings to discover that one of them was a handsome man with short golden hair and a slightly thin figure. This man had crimson pupils, and he was undoubtedly a return to Void Stage Blood tribe mighty figure. The other being was an ordinary-looking man with dragon horns on his head and a white fan in his hand. This was most likely a return to Void Stage mighty figure from the Dragon Court of the Eastern Seas, and he was an ally of Enlin's after all. The final being was a shark that was around 30 feet in size and enshrouded within a spherical ball of water. This shark had a pair of black wings on its back, and its ventral fins had evolved into a pair of black claws. One of its claws held a blue bead, while the other had a black liquid revolving around it. It was most likely a member of the West Sea Ancient Monsters, and Lin could see that all three of them belonged to different powers, and all of them seemed to be hostile toward the other two powers. As such, the triangle relationship between the three mighty figures was quite stable, and there was no way that they would end up fighting each other. A smug smile suddenly appeared on Enlin's face. But now, this kind of relationship had to change, because yours truly was here. Chapter 533. There were 3 returned to Void Stage mighty figures around the cylindrical mountain, so they were naturally unable to escape detection. And Lin and Cassidy had no intention of concealing themselves, and they flew directly toward the 3 mighty figures. Sect Leader Cassidy, what a coincidence! I didn't think I would encounter you here. The golden-haired male faltered slightly upon seeing Cassidy before an expression of ecstasy appeared on his face. He had won this round. That's right, I'm here. Merlin, what's the situation like now? Cassidy asked with a smile. The other 2 returned to Void Stage mighty figures' expressions both shifted upon hearing this. Now that 2 blood tribe mighty figures had appeared, the balance of power had shifted, and this placed a lot of pressure on them. The ancient monsters of the West Sea and the dragon tribe of the East Sea had always been enemies. Some people might ask why 2 powers that spanned across half of the entire continent would become enemies, but that would have to be explained from the time when Panga split heaven and earth. In any case, there was no way that the dragon tribe male and the shark monster were working together. As such, the 2 blood tribe mighty figures present had become a huge threat to them. There's a human and a snow soul beast, and they're both at the soul formation stage? How strange. The dragon tribe male was a little surprised, but he didn't do anything. In his eyes, that human was most likely the blood tribe mighty figure's captive. His relationship with humans wasn't good enough for him to provoke the blood tribe just for a human he didn't know. As for the shark monster, it didn't even bother to look at the human, as a soul formation stage cultivator posed no threat to it. All it had to do was maintain its vigilance toward the 2 blood tribe mighty figures nearby. This mountain is the node of one of the main veins of the White Jade Mountain, and a phenomenon has occurred there. Perhaps some rare treasures or realm essence crystals will appear soon, which is why I'm waiting here. Merlin's elated expression faded as he explained with a gentle expression. I sure came at a good time. You don't mind if I take a share, do you? Cassidy asked with a smile. Of course not. Merlin was very straightforward. He then turned to Enlin with a meaningful smile. Who would have thought that sect leader Cassidy would be interested in adopting a pretty boy? A faint smile appeared on Cassidy's face as she replied, It's just a mobile blood bank. I can take a sip of it whenever I'm bored. And Lin's face convulsed slightly upon hearing this. What a good phrase to use as a mobile blood bank. Cassidy was most likely also thinking about this. Merlin nodded. He didn't think much of the human male. After all, he had seen blood tribe cultivators bring along food and enjoy it whenever they wanted. He then turned his attention to the other 2 return to Void Stage mighty figures. There are 2 troublemakers in our way. How about we get rid of them? Merlin suggested with a smile. Can you win? Cassidy asked curiously. They're not of the same mind, so there's no way they'll join forces without any ill will. We have a very good chance. Merlin didn't hide his thoughts. When the Dragon Clan man and the Shark Demon heard this, their expressions changed and they exchanged a solemn glance. Guluo, do you plan to fight or flee? The Dragon Race man turned to ask the Shark Ancient Fae. This point had to be made clear. Otherwise, if the shark ancient demon turned and ran the moment the battle began, then what was the point of fighting? Ao Mingyu, the situation is very clear now. We only have two choices. Since you have battle intent, then I won't flee either. Let's set aside our feud and defeat the Blood Tribe first, Guluo said as battle intent surged from his body. All right. The Dragon Clan man waved his white fan through the air. Dark clouds instantly surged in the sky within a radius of 5 kilometers, and lightning began to crackle. Guluo stepped forward, and massive waves suddenly surged through the ground as he pounced toward the two Blood Tribe cultivators. 100,000 soul generals, heed my command. Ancient blood demon formation. A flag suddenly appeared in Merlin's hand, from which countless souls surged forth to form an extremely vast spell formation, which then materialized into the projection of a blood demon over 10,000 feet tall. The blood demon's entire body was crimson, and it wielded a crimson saber, which is sliced through the oncoming wave with a single slash. Thus the battle commenced, and Lin flew through the air atop his brick and became a spectator as he observed the earth-shattering battle. Cassidy charged toward the Dragon Clan man by the name of Ao Mingyu, while Merlin engaged in battle with the shark demon. And Lin was able to gauge the power levels of his three opponents through this battle. Ao Mingyu was an average return to void initial stage mighty figure, and he was being slightly outclassed by Cassidy. The wind, rain, and lightning he summoned were extremely fearsome, but they were all evaded or blocked by Cassidy's ghostly movement techniques, so he was completely unable to harm Cassidy. In contrast, Cassidy's crimson flying swords were extremely fearsome, and they were even more lethal than the Dragon Clan man. Streaks of crimson light tore through the lightning, and Ao Mingyu was unable to evade in time as a large gash was inflicted on his arm by the crimson sword. And Lin looked at Cassidy, and he knew that even if he were to use his origin energy of the netherworld and borrow in Kirin's power, he still wouldn't be able to block her crimson flying swords. On the other side of the battlefield, Guluo and Merlin were evenly matched. Both of them were at the pinnacle of the return to void initial stage, like Cassidy, so they were evenly matched. However, it was exactly because of this that Ao Mingyu was beginning to back down. F*CK. Guluo was already evenly matched. What was he going to do? If things continued like this, he was going to be killed by Cassidy. A crimson sword projection parted heaven and earth before slashing down upon Ao Mingyu with a sinister killing intent. The hair on Ao Mingyu's body stood on end upon seeing this sword projection, and he let loose an enraged roar as he instantly transformed into a massive white dragon several thousand feet in length, which swept toward the sword projection with his tail. Boom! Ao Mingyu was knocked flying by the terrifying power of the sword projection, and he fled into the distance without even looking back. Cassidy gave up on pursuing him. Even if she wanted to, it would be very difficult for her to catch up to him. After all, in a battle between return to void stage mighty figures, as long as the disparity in power wasn't too great, there was a very good chance that one would be able to escape. Guluo let loose an enraged curse upon seeing Ao Mingyu flee before also fleeing into the distance. Thus, it didn't take long for this terrifying battle to draw to a conclusion, and the Blood Tribe secured a resounding victory. Ha ha ha. Sect leader Cassidy, it's all thanks to your help that we were able to defeat our enemies. Merlin was extremely elated at the sight of Ao Mingyu and Guluo's departing figures, and he joined his hands in a salute toward Cassidy with a smile on his face. You're far too kind. Cassidy made her way toward Merlin with a dainty smile on her face, and her voluptuous chest jiggled as she swayed her slender waist from side to side. Even Merlin was momentarily dazed upon seeing this, and Cassidy had already made her way over to his side. It was also in that instant that the crimson long sword tore through space and punctured Merlin's heart at close range. The terrifying force behind the sword projection tore through the earth for several kilometers, and a series of inky black spatial rifts manifested just how terrifying that attack was. Everything had happened far too quickly and too abruptly. Merlin was completely caught off guard, and his eyes widened with incredulity as he stared at the hole in his chest. Boom! His body suddenly exploded into a cloud of blood, mist before materializing several hundred meters away. Merlin's punctured chest had already healed, but his face was extremely pale, clearly indicating that he had been severely wounded. Cassidy stepped forward, and the space within a radius of 1.5 kilometers was instantly sealed, thereby cutting off Merlin's escape route. Why, we're from the same power. We don't have any vendettas, do we? Merlin took a deep breath before turning to Cassidy with confusion etched on his face. Cassidy stood proudly before pointing her crimson sword at Merlin, and she raised her chin in a righteous manner. Why? To cleanse this world of all sin, of course. Merlin. Chapter 534. Purify all evil in this world? Merlin was dumbstruck. Was that something a member of the blood tribe should say? Cassidy was a fake, wasn't she? Even if you don't want to answer my question, don't try to brush me off with something like that. Merlin felt like he was being treated like a stupid C***nt, and his voice had even raised a few octaves. However, Cassidy's expression remained unchanged, and she continued to point her sword at Merlin, as if she wasn't joking or trying to brush him off. Right at this moment, a streak of white light flew through the air toward Cassidy. Cassidy caught the streak of white light to discover that it was a white long sword that had been smeared with blood. She faltered slightly before turning to look into the distance. This sword has my blood on it. Let's show Merlin the power of my blood. And Lynn smiled. Cassidy nodded with excitement upon hearing this. Only then did Merlin turn to look at the man in the distance, the man that he had completely ignored this entire time. How could he not have realized something at a time like this? There was no way that the human man in the distance was Cassidy's food. The two of them definitely had a special relationship. It was even possible that Cassidy had attacked him because of that man. Cassidy seemed to have gained a lot more confidence as she held her long sword in front of her with a proud expression. Merlin, this is a sword that's been smeared with lethal poison in your eyes. She licked the blood on the blade of the sword as she spoke, upon which an indescribable blush appeared on her face. Her breathing accelerated, and her body rose and fell with pleasure. Merlin stumbled back a couple of steps in fear, thinking that Cassidy was going to unleash some kind of mystic technique. Cassidy continued, It really is a weapon that has been smeared with lethal poison. Continue licking. Another seductive moan sounded. Merlin's eyes widened. It's poison, but it's also medicine. It will purify your life force and allow you to experience the true meaning of life. Cassidy's eyes rippled as she continued to lick. Right at this moment, a black figure flew through the air before striking Cassidy's head with a knife hand. F***ck off. My blood has almost been sucked dry by you. And Lynn flared up with rage. Cassidy pouted. I can't help it. The corner of Lynn's mouth twitched. You can't help it, and you're saying you're in the right? If you continue to act like this, believe it or not, I will immediately cancel the blood bounty we agreed on before. He felt that giving Cassidy a blood-stained weapon was a mistake, a huge mistake. This woman couldn't even walk after seeing blood. So how could she help you kill the enemy? Merlin looked at the two of them with a perplexed expression, but he didn't just stand there and do nothing. Instead, he immediately began to break free from the spatial seal. Cassidy finally came to her senses after being scolded, and she charged toward Merlin with her long sword in hand. Merlin pulled out his banner again to summon his battle soul to stop Cassidy's attack. The two of them were evenly matched, and now that Merlin had been severely wounded, blood began to flow from his wounds again. Merlin clasped a hand over his wounded waist as he stumbled back in retreat. However, Cassidy didn't follow up with another attack. Instead, She held her sword in front of her as a sinister smile appeared on her face. "Your evil body will be purified by my holy blood." She was just about to lick the blood off her long sword as she spoke. However, her brows furrowed slightly as if she were a little disdainful at the sight of Merlin's blood staining her longsword. That was strange. She clearly loved to suck blood in the past, so why was she so disgusted with it now? No. Cassidy came to a sudden realization. This was all because she had seen the world and was no match for water. After tasting Enlin's peerlessly delicious blood, how could she possibly be interested in other inferior blood? Merlin felt like Cassidy had to have gone insane. Her words were always so incomprehensible and incomprehensible. Merlin turned to look up at the human male in the sky, and a terrifying thought suddenly occurred to him. Could it be that Cassidy was being controlled by that man? Or perhaps she had been bewitched. It was already incredible that a soul formation stage male would appear here. Furthermore, his calm expression made it seem as if he had someone backing him up. This was not the expression that a weakling would wear in the face of a powerful being. Just as these thoughts were racing through Merlin's mind, the blood in his body was suddenly invaded by some kind of power. Ah! His legs gave out from under him, and he half knelt to the ground as he clutched his chest with an agonized expression. That power seemed to be expelling something and destroying something. Immediately afterward, he felt as if the darkness had been purged and the light of day had descended upon him, making him moan involuntarily, "My body has changed, no? I should say, this is my body." Merlin panted heavily as he spoke in a trembling voice. He understood. He understood what Cassidy meant by her words. He couldn't refuse this delicious blood that could elevate his life force to a higher level. Merlin stood up and spread open his arms like the most devout of a saint. "Cassidy, come. Use that poisonous weapon of yours to cut me to your heart's content." A hesitant expression appeared on Cassidy's face. She was still hesitating whether she should lick Master's blood or not. She really didn't want to do that, but she was also being stained with that filthy Merlin's blood. On the black brick, Shwe Zhantian slapped his own head with a resigned expression. Another crazy one. At this moment, Enlin leaped down from the black brick in a graceful manner. It was time for him to make his entrance. An indescribable feeling welled up in Merlin's heart at the sight of Enlin. It was as if the man standing before him was a god who had bestowed upon him a new life, a god whom he couldn't harm and only wanted to protect. Merlin was a little dumbstruck. Could it be that he had already fallen in love? No, that's definitely not it. That's right. That blood belonged to this human male. Merlin instantly figured everything out, and everything became clear to him. And Lynn looked at Merlin with a meaningful expression. "Establish a slave contract with me, and you will receive my blood in exchange for a brand new life." Merlin's body shuddered as he looked at Cassidy with a hesitant expression. "Could it be that you—" "That's right. I'm willing to follow Master for the sake of a brand new realm of life," Cassidy replied with a calm expression. The first person to make a change often required more courage. When someone had already made a choice, the pressure on the people following them would often be a lot less intense. After all, even the mighty sect leader of the Heavenly Blood sect was willing to become Enlin's slave. So it wasn't as if Merlin would be willing to become a slave as well. Merlin hesitated momentarily before nodding in agreement. He was then tied up by the blue sea dragon rope. Merlin stared at Enlin with a dumbstruck expression. "I'm going to sign a slave contract. Why are you tying me up?" All of a sudden, a chill ran down his spine. Could it be that this human male had a special fetish? Enlin pursed his lips upon seeing Merlin's reaction. "I'm afraid that you'll swallow my blood essence, like a certain someone did." Cassidy stuck out her tongue with an awkward smile on her face. However, Enlin turned to look at her before pointing up into the sky. Cassidy was perplexed. "What is it?" "Piss off. I'm afraid that you'll pounce on me again and swallow my blood essence. I don't have any more rope." and Lynn warned with a serious expression. Cassidy, after the blood tribe woman left, and Lynn straddled Merlin's body and held him down. 800 words omitted here. In the end, and Lynn successfully established a slave contract with Merlin. The number of lackeys had increased by 1. Chapter 535. Following Merlin's surrender, and Lynn now had 2 return to Void Stage servants. He felt like he could use his own blood to try and subdue a return to Void Stage Blood Tribe army. With the power of the Blood Tribe army, he would be able to collect Golden Realm Essence crystals at a faster rate. After all, the power of an individual was limited, but the power of a group was limitless. Ahem. Oh, right, Little Wheat. Do you know where your other friends are? And Lynn asked in a slow voice. Merlin's chest tightened. Little Wheat? Why don't you call me Little Rice? He shook his head. I've been in the Void Star section for so long, but I haven't encountered any other blood tribe cultivators. And Lynn was quite disappointed to hear this. Cassidy had mentioned that there were 4 return to Void Stage Blood tribe mighty figures in the Void Star section, which meant that as long as those mighty figures were still alive, he could recruit 2 more into his group. Master, I worked hard to help you subdue Merlin. Are you going to? Cassidy spoke in a gentle voice as she stared at Lynn with her watery eyes. And Lynn only remembered this upon hearing this, and he immediately replied, I, and Lynn, am a man of my word. You helped me subdue Merlin, which is equivalent to killing a return to Void Stage mighty figure. You will be rewarded with 5 milliliters of blood. He slit his finger as he spoke, and a large drop of blood flew toward Cassidy. Cassidy pounced toward the drop of blood with excitement on her face before swallowing it whole. A faint blush appeared on her cheeks, and she closed her eyes with bliss, as if she was digesting the drop of blood. Merlin's eyes widened at the sight of the large drop of blood, and he swallowed uncontrollably. Master, I want it too. A faint smile appeared on Lynn's face. Hand over your storage ring, and I can reward you with 3 milliliters of blood. Oh, right, that flag is your weapon, so I can let you keep it for now. A conflicted expression appeared on Merlin's face. He looked at Cassidy, who was trembling with happiness, and he finally made up his mind. All right, deal. Thus, Lynn exchanged another large drop of blood for a blood tribe storage ring. He couldn't wait to refine the storage ring and inspect the items inside. 1,200,000 vital stones, 13 spirit tools, over 20 spirit pills, over 10 spirit fruits, 2 golden realm essence crystals, 1 red realm essence crystal, 10 blue realm essence crystals, and 20 white realm essence crystals. 3 milliliters of fresh blood for these items. What a steal! And Lynn glanced at his storage ring before clearing his throat and explaining the rest of the blood bounty rules to Merlin. Obtain an immortal tool, and you'll be rewarded with 3 milliliters of blood. 1 million spirit stones and 1 milliliter of blood. Obtained 1 golden realm essence crystal. Rewarded with 1 milliliter of blood. Merlin's body swayed slightly upon hearing this. Fuck, what a huge loss. If he had known this would happen, he would have sold the items in the storage ring one by one. That way, he would have definitely obtained more blood. He then came to his senses and looked at Lynn with a hint of resentment on his face. Wasn't Lynn's intention in only mentioning the rules now? Rumble! Suddenly, the chi of heaven and earth surged wildly. Dark clouds obscured the stars in the sky, and golden lightning snakes slithered through the dark clouds as a fearsome might converged overhead. And Lynn was given a massive fright, and he looked around, thinking that some mighty figure had intervened. However, he then turned toward Cassidy, who was meditating on the ground, and drew a sharp intake of breath. Cassidy is about to make a breakthrough. We have to get back. Merlin dragged Lynn and Shui Zhantian in retreat as he spoke. Vital energy surged for over 50 kilometers before forming a massive cyclone that converged within Cassidy's body. Immediately afterward, bolts of golden void lightning struck Cassidy's body. Dazzling lightning exploded like a golden sun in the sky, bathing heaven and earth in a golden hue. The lightning tribulation didn't last for very long, and the lightning clouds soon dissipated. Cassidy stood up, and her aura was vast and powerful. After opening her eyes, a hint of transcendent aura appeared on her face. An astonished expression appeared on Merlin's face. How could this be? Isn't she progressing from the initial stage to the intermediate stage? Why isn't she undergoing a blood demon tribulation? Blood demon tribulation? And Lynn blinked in confusion. We blood tribe cultivators often feed on the blood essence of other living beings, and the blood essence that flows into our bodies will affect our Tao foundation. The resentment, hatred, and all kinds of negative energy contained within them are our blood demons. Hence, every time we progress to the return to void stage, we have to transcend a blood demon tribulation. Merlin's voice trailed off as he turned to Lynn, and his eyes lit up as he took a deep breath. I understand now. It's all because of Master, because of the purification of your blood. And Lynn, Merlin was ecstatic. The blood tribe's blood demon tribulation was far more perilous than the lightning tribulation, and there were often blood tribe mighty figures who perished as a result. Now that his blood had been purified, just the fact that he was spared from the blood demon tribulation was worth it. Cassidy had clearly realized this as well, and she made her way over to Lynn before wrapping her arms around Lynn's arm in a seductive manner. Thank you, Master. It's all thanks to your blood that I was able to break through my bottleneck and successfully progress to the void stage. Don't seduce me if you're thanking me. And Lynn struggled free from Cassidy's arm with a disgruntled expression. You're so insensitive. Cassidy pouted as she put on a pitiful expression. If other men were to see Cassidy's seductive expression, they would probably be unable to look away. In fact, they might even be tempted to pull her into their arms. And Lin heaved a forlorn sigh as he held Shui Zhantian tightly in his arms. Not only is she after my blood, but she's also after me? This woman is far too dangerous. However, the fact that Cassidy had progressed to the return to void intermediate stage meant that Lin's team had become even more powerful. In this regard, he was quite pleased. Not long after that, the cylindrical mountain began to glow with a brilliant golden light, and the ground began to tremor and quake. The changes have finally begun. Master, please get away from this mountain. I have a bad feeling about this. Cassidy's expression became extremely grave as her eyes fell upon the 5 humanoid jade statues over 100 feet tall at the top of the cylindrical mountain. And Lin retreated with Shui Zhantian in tow as he stared intently at the 5 humanoid jade statues. A golden light flickered from the location of the hearts of the humanoid jade statues, as if they were beating hearts, and an extremely terrifying might erupted from their hearts. Over 50 kilometers away, an ordinary-looking dragon, tribe male, waved a white fan as he stared at the golden light in the distance with narrowed eyes. Has it finally begun? In another direction, a shark monster wielding a white bead wore a cruel smile on its face. Do you really think I'm going to leave just like that? I'm going to make you pay. Chapter 536. The cylindrical mountain began to crumble, and a pillar of golden light shot into the sky. The golden light was imbued with an extremely fearsome power that could reduce the jade mountain to dust. The 5 jade humanoid beasts were bathed in the golden light, and not only were they not destroyed, they became even more powerful. Their eyes began to glow with a dazzling light, and their joints began to vibrate as if they were doing a mechanical warm-up. The pillar of golden light slowly dissipated, and dazzling realm essence crystals appeared in the rubble of the mountain. And Lin's eyes widened, and he drew a sharp intake of breath as his voice trembled slightly. 21. There are 21 golden realm essence crystals. There were 21 realm essence crystals clustered together in the center of the rubble. but all 21 of them were golden in color. These were realm essence crystals of the highest grade. Not only was Enlin astonished, but even Cassidy and Merlin were a little dazed, as if they had been blinded by the dazzling golden light. "My God, we're going to be rich," Merlin murmured. 21 milliliters of holy blood. Cassidy licked her crimson lips with a scorching light in her eyes, and Lynn was already itching for action. "Hurry up and go." Merlin pulled out his banner. "Don't get excited. The bigger the treasure, the more dangerous it is. Those 5 jade humanoid beasts are definitely not to be trifled with. Let me assess their strength first." He unleashed 100,000 battle souls toward the realm essence crystals as he spoke. 21 milliliters of holy blood is mine." "Merlin, you're shameless." Cassidy flared up with rage when she discovered that the battle souls were flying toward the realm essence crystals on the ground instead of toward the crystalline humanoid beasts in the sky. However, right at this moment, a golden light fell from the sky. Boom! A white jade humanoid crashed violently into the ground, and a golden shockwave erupted forth for over a kilometer, pulverizing the ground and sending the 100,000 battle souls flying. So powerful, and Lynn could sense the vast aura emanating from the jade humanoid beast's body. They were clearly comparable to return to void stage mighty figures. Humph! Powerful or not, this wheat is just too weak. Cassidy was already in a fit of rage, and she couldn't help but sneer coldly at the sight of Merlin's battle souls being sent flying before charging toward the jade humanoid beasts. "Who gives you the right to call me Little Wheat?" Merlin was immediately enraged upon hearing this. He began to activate the banner with all his might. Black light flashed within the banner, and 100,000 battle souls started to form a battle formation, condensing into a 10,000-foot tall blood demon phantom. However, as soon as the blood demon's projection was formed, the 2 humanoid jade beasts turned into golden beams of light and charged toward the gigantic blood demon. Boom! Boom! The terrifying impact caused the huge blood devil to topple over and fall to the ground. As expected of a return to void intermediate stage powerful being, Cassidy's crimson sword became more and more powerful, and the humanoid jade beast was completely suppressed. Just as she was closing in on the golden realm essence crystals, the other 2 humanoid jade beasts pounced toward her, and the tables were instantly turned. Cassidy was being pummeled by the 3 humanoid jade beasts, and Merlin was also being pummeled into the ground by 2 humanoid jade beasts. Neither of them had a chance of winning. But don't forget, there's still Enlin. And Lynn spread open his wings and activated the wind sword in his hand as he abruptly pounced toward the golden realm essence crystals in the distance. A sonic boom cloud expanded outward, leaving a white trail in its wake as it tore through the air. "Hold them off for me." And Lynn transmitted his voice to Cassidy and Merlin. Cassidy let loose a delicate cry, and countless crimson swords formed a sword net trapping formation to ensnare the 3 humanoid jade beasts. The giant blood demon under Merlin's control also let loose an almighty roar, and its 2 huge hands suddenly exploded to form a massive crimson net, which ensnared the 2 humanoid jade beasts. It wasn't trying to completely trap them, but it was just trying to stall them for a while. And Lynn drew closer and closer to the golden realm essence crystals, and just when he thought that he was going to succeed, an extreme sense of peril suddenly engulfed his entire body. He unleashed his origin energy of the netherworld without any hesitation, and his aura soared explosively as he slashed his sword sideways. Boom! A gargantuan ball of water exuding an aura of annihilation collided with Lynn's sword strike, and heaven and earth instantly fell silent. Then black and blue energy exploded violently, creating a shockwave that extended for several kilometers. PFFF. And Lynn was swept up by the shockwave, and he threw up a large mouthful of blood as his body plummeted to the ground like a cannonball. Oh, a soul formation stage Cultivator was able to withstand my attack. In the distance, an ancient shark monster flew toward Lin with a hint of surprise in its eyes. It was none other than Guluo. But you're only a soul formation stage cultivator after all. These realm essence crystals are mine. The ancient shark monster roared with laughter as it charged toward the golden realm essence crystals. Before the ancient shark monster's smile had even faded, an extremely thick bolt of white lightning fell from the sky and struck the ancient shark monster's head viciously. Hell! A white dragon suddenly appeared from within the faint clouds and mist. It then descended from the sky, and its target was also the 21 golden realm essence crystals. This was none other than Ao Mingyu, who had already reverted to his true form, a winged dragon. The ancient shark monster flared up with rage upon seeing this, and the black mist on its left claw transformed into a sinister shark that charged toward the white dragon at a speed that was even faster than the white dragon. Ao Mingyu, you can't defeat me, so piss off. I can consider giving you 5 of these golden realm essence crystals after I take them. The white dragon remained unmoved, and its body was enshrouded in white lightning as it charged toward the golden realm essence crystals without any hesitation. Boom! The white dragon collided with the black mist shark, and the white lightning completely pulverized the shark. However, it was also in that instant that Guluo had already charged toward Ao Mingyu, and the two of them engaged in battle again. 21 golden realm essence crystals was extremely tempting even to a return to void stage mighty figure. And Lin stood up from a massive crater as he coughed up a mouthful of blood. An attack from a mighty figure at the pinnacle of the return to void initial stage was simply too terrifying. Even with his embryonic body of the war god and the origin energy of the netherworld, his body was still severely wounded. However, he wasn't going to give up. These 21 golden realm essence crystals had to be his. Cassidy and Merlin had given up on trapping the humanoid jade beast. Only an idiot would do something like that if an outsider were to interfere. Thus, the humanoid jade beast sensed that the golden realm essence crystals were in danger, and it began to change targets as it pounced toward the white dragon and the shark. The earth-shattering collision of energy erupted into the heavens. If a normal person were to approach within a kilometer of this battle, they would be torn to shreds by the fearsome shock waves. And Lin swallowed a pill. This was a 5th-grade immortal pill, the Scorching Sun pill, which could unleash boundless latent potential for a short period of time. Boom! His aura had already reached the soul formation pinnacle stage after being enhanced by the origin energy of the netherworld. And now that he had swallowed a Scorching Sun pill, his aura was progressing to an even higher level. Chapter 537. Using mystic techniques and ingesting pills like this was extremely taxing on his body. However, Lin had no other choice. In the face of the fear of becoming a eunuch for 10,000 years, he had to fight for his life. Starlight flashed within his illusionary star robe, and his aura concealment ability was fully activated. His aura began to climb, explosively. Return to void initial stage. Pinnacle of return to void initial stage, return to void intermediate stage, pinnacle of return to void intermediate stage, return to void final stage. A terrifying aura proliferated outward, causing the space within a radius of 1.5 kilometers to suddenly congeal. Even the 5 humanoid jade beasts faltered slightly before turning toward a certain direction. Guluo and Ao Mingyu shuddered before turning toward Lin with astonishment etched on their faces. This aura, how could this be? Guluo was in disbelief. No way. He must be using some kind of special treasure to fool us. Dazzling white lightning erupted from Ao Mingyu's body as an extremely powerful aura proliferated outward, as if he was trying to dispel the pressure emanating from Lin's body. And Lin looked at everyone in the distance with a cold expression as he made his way toward the golden realm essence crystals. I didn't want to use this power, but you forced my hand. Anyone who dares to compete with me for the realm essence crystals will die." A golden light flashed through his eyes as he spoke, and golden ripples proliferated outward with a paramount might, as if he were a god looking down upon the ants of this world. Everyone was astonished by this majestic aura, and Shwe Zhantian yelled with excitement. Cassidy's eyes widened in astonishment. "Is that our master?" Merlin also stared at the scenes unfolding before his eyes with incredulity. Could it be that my master is an extremely powerful mighty figure? That makes sense. If he's not an extremely powerful mighty figure, his blood wouldn't be this delicious. Hell, impossible. He's only a soul formation stage, cultivator. What gives him the right to compete with me for the realm essence crystals? Ao Mingyu's dragon body danced through the air as a powerful dragon might erupted forth. He glared at the oncoming Enlin with undisguised hostility. "You talk a lot of sh*T." Enlin made a grabbing motion toward Ao Mingyu. All of a sudden, the white lightning enshrouding Ao Mingyu's body converged to form a white lightning sword. The white lightning flashed with terrifying golden lightning imbued with the power of great destruction. The power contained in the white lightning sword was clearly more powerful than the lightning released by the white dragon itself. It instantly pierced through the white dragon's body with terrifying power. Hell! Ao Mingyu let loose a pained cry as lightning exploded and blood sprayed through the air. This attack was far too uncanny and sudden, and Ao Mingyu was caught completely off guard. Hiss! Everyone sucked in a cold breath. He was even able to control Ao Mingyu's own power, and he was even more powerful than Ao Mingyu. This strength was too terrifying. Gu Luo originally had a lot of doubts, but after seeing Enlin's move, most of his doubts disappeared. As expected of a return to Void final stage mighty figure, Enlin continued to walk toward the Golden Realm essence crystals, and no one dared to stop him. There was a gaping hole in Ao Mingyu's body, and he was panting heavily as he looked at Enlin with a hint of shock and horror in his eyes. Gu Luo wore a grave expression as he enshrouded himself in a barrier of water, as if he was guarding against Enlin's sudden attack. After a brief pause, the 5 humanoid jade beasts sprang into action again, completely unafraid of Enlin's terrifying aura. Their targets were the 3 people closest to the Golden Realm essence crystals. One of the humanoid jade beasts pounced toward Ao Mingyu, another pounced toward Gu Luo, and the other 3 charged directly toward Enlin. Holy Mother of God! Enlin was under immense pressure in that instant. Even though he was extremely nervous, his expression remained extremely calm and collected. He pulled out a snowball-like object nonchalantly before tossing it toward the 3 humanoid jade beasts. "Puny jade beasts dare to stand in my way? Taste my heavenly frost palm." He had tossed out one of the snow explosion balls that he had stored in Qing Li's storage ring. These were disposable weapons refined by Meng Ji, and their power was equivalent to a full-force attack from a return to Void intermediate stage Snow Maiden. The snowball exploded in front of the 3 jade beasts. The blue explosion swept through the space within a radius of 10 miles, and the ground cracked and shattered. In that instant, the entire world was filled with blue light, and then an extremely cold aura took the form of a sphere and instantly spread out for 5 kilometers, freezing everything. This was an explosive force followed by a freezing force. It was a double impact. The 3 jade beasts that bore the brunt of the blast were sent flying by the explosion. Then they were frozen solid. Even Ao Mingyu and Gu Luo, who were situated several kilometers away, were forced to retreat with expressions of shock and horror on their faces. "That man's heavenly frost palm is so terrifying," Gu Luo exclaimed in shock as he retreated. Ao Mingyu was extremely remorseful at this moment. He didn't think that the human male he had been looking down on was actually a return to Void final stage mighty figure. Could it be that the human was afraid of the backlash from the laws of heaven and earth, so he deliberately suppressed his realm? That's right. That must be it. Ao Mingyu felt like he had discovered the truth. and he was already thinking about running away. And Lin took advantage of the time when the 3 humanoid jade beasts were knocked back and severely wounded to spread open his wings of wind and unleash his wind sword technique. His body instantly broke through the sound barrier and reached 8 times the speed of sound. His body transformed into a streak of white light, and he appeared before the Golden Realm Essence crystals in just 3 seconds. Pluck, pluck, pluck. And Lin's hands transformed into a series of afterimages as he instantly stowed the 21 Golden Realm Essence crystals into his storage ring. After plucking the Golden Realm Essence crystals, he unleashed all of his power to flee into the distance. Expressions of grief and disappointment appeared on Ao Mingyu and Guluo's faces. However, they didn't dare to face Lin head-on due to the power he had just displayed. Cracks had appeared on the pristine white surfaces of the 3 humanoid jade beasts that had been blasted flying by the snowball, but their auras did not diminish in the slightest. After seeing that Lin had taken the Golden Realm Essence crystals, they immediately gave chase again. "What are you two still standing there for? Hurry up and help me." And Lin transmitted his voice with an enraged expression. Cassidy and Merlin recovered from their shock and turned to look at Lin with confusion on their faces. "Master, you're already so powerful. Why do you still need help?" Cassidy asked with a perplexed expression. The image of Lin blasting the 3 jade beasts flying with his heavenly frost palm was still fresh in their minds. What a powerful palm strike that was. Master could easily take care of the jade beasts, so why did he still need them? "There's a time limit to my power. That power is not tolerated by heaven and earth, so I can't use it for long. Hurry up and help me." And Lin explained in a panicked voice. Not tolerated by heaven and earth? So powerful, so domineering. Cassidy and Merlin's eyes lit up. Was their master already that bad *SS? No wonder he was intentionally suppressing his power. The 2 blood tribe mighty figures immediately flew toward Lin to shield him from the 3 enraged jade beasts. Meanwhile, Lin flew toward Shuazhantian and allowed him to escape into the distance. The origin energy of the netherworld mystic technique ended, and Lin's body began to feel weak and feeble. "Master, your performance just then was way too bad *SS. The kind of spirit that could swallow the mountains and rivers, and that he was the supreme one, was displayed to the fullest. I benefited immensely from it." Shuazhantian spoke with excitement. Of course. Don't you know who your master is? This is the renowned sword immortal Lin. A faint smile appeared on Lin's face as he spoke with self-confidence and smugness, flexing in front of a bunch of return to void stage mighty figures. What an exhilarating experience. On top of that, he had also obtained 21 Golden Realm Essence crystals. What a windfall. Chapter 538. It was supposed to be time for them to run after obtaining the Realm Essence crystals, and Lin, Cassidy, and Merlin were all thinking the same thing, so they retreated as they fought. One of them was at the return to void intermediate stage, while the other was at the pinnacle of the return to void initial stage. This was more than enough to deal with the pursuit of the 3 jade beasts. However, something unexpected happened at this moment. A roar that sounded like that of an ancient ferocious beast suddenly erupted. A deafening sound wave swept through heaven and earth for close to 10 kilometers. A black shark over a kilometer in length materialized in the air before opening its gargantuan, bloodthirsty mouth before pouncing toward one of the jade beasts and swallowing it before self-detonating. A terrifying black energy exploded in a circular manner before wreaking havoc in the surrounding area. The humanoid jade beast in the shark's abdomen was torn apart by the energy from the shark's self-detonation before finally crumbling to the ground. Just as the jade beast crumbled, a shiny golden object appeared where its heart had been. Its light pierced through the darkness and was extremely dazzling in the void, causing everyone's eyes to light up. A Golden Realm Essence crystal. The humanoid jade beast's heart was a golden realm essence crystal, and Lynn took a deep breath before turning to Cassidy and Merlin. "Stop running. Your blood tribe mighty figures. Aren't you ashamed to be chased by a few jade beasts?" Even without Lynn's reminder, Merlin and Cassidy's eyes had already lit up. Those were golden realm essence crystals. One golden realm essence crystal was equivalent to one drop of blood. How could they not be excited? The war banners waved through the air, and 100,000 souls materialized into a blood demon again before pouncing toward the jade beasts. A crimson streak of light soared into the sky as a terrifying crimson sword slashed down upon the jade beasts. An intense battle erupted once again. In order to secure the Golden Realm Essence crystals first, Cassidy and Merlin both unleashed their trump cards with all their might. The mountainous blood demon, over 10,000 feet tall, materialized a massive crimson saber. Energy surged violently, and the saber began to crackle with black lightning as a devastating power erupted from the blade. The blood demon raised its crimson saber, which was intertwined with black lightning, and slashed down upon the humanoid jade beast. Rumble. Heaven and earth exploded as the humanoid jade beast crashed straight into the blade. The golden light and the black lightning tore each other apart and exploded in the shape of a ball. Finally, the black lightning tore through the golden light, and the blood demon's broadsword broke through the defense of the humanoid jade beast. When the blade light landed on the white body of the jade beast, it directly shattered his body. Elsewhere, Cassidy's body transformed into a graceful black shadow as she evaded the humanoid jade beast's attacks relentlessly. Her crimson sword tore through space and slashed toward the jade beast relentlessly. Although her opponents were two humanoid jade beasts, she chose to capture one of the humanoid jade beasts and beat it to death. This was a sword cultivator of the Return to Void intermediate stage who specialized in killing, and he had used a mystic technique to enhance his power. The speed of his crimson sword was so fast that it was almost impossible to follow. All one could see was a series of crimson afterimages tearing through space. Cassidy was able to slice a humanoid jade beast into over 100 pieces amidst the countless golden cannon blasts. The other jade beast didn't flee upon seeing this. Instead, it pounced toward Cassidy with even more fury. The result was quite obvious. This humanoid jade beast was also slain by her. Both Cassidy and Merlin had used mystic techniques to self-detonate their bodies, so their auras were a little feeble after killing their enemies. Their already fair complexions had become even paler. "Master, I'm anemic." Cassidy raised her brows at Lynn as she spoke in a seductive, mellow voice. And Lynn rolled his eyes before slicing open his finger and tossing 4 milliliters of blood toward Cassidy. Cassidy caught the blood with an expression of elation on her face. "Master, this is twice as much. Is this an extra reward for my exceptional performance?" All right, she was so happy that she had even changed the way she addressed herself. "No, even though you didn't receive the 21 Golden Realm Essence Crystals directly, you still contributed to the process. Hence, the extra 2 milliliters is a reward for your efforts." And Lynn explained. Thus, Merlin also received 3 milliliters of blood. After consuming Lynn's blood, the 2 blood tribe cultivators' faces were flushed red, and their bodies were completely invigorated. And Lynn stowed away the 3 Golden Realm Essence Crystals. In addition to the 21 Golden Realm Essence Crystals in his storage ring, he now had a total of 31 Golden Realm Essence Crystals. Before he knew it, he had already completed a third of the mission, and Lynn discovered that Cassidy and Merlin weren't in a hurry to leave after consuming their blood. Instead, they were looking behind them with menacing expressions. There, Ao Mingyu was engaged in a fierce battle with a humanoid jade beast, and it was difficult to determine a victor. "I think Ao Mingyu might need help," Merlin suggested. I think we can kill Ao Mingyu as well. Cassidy was even more direct. And Lin, Ao Mingyu transformed into a white dragon, and his dragon tail swept toward the humanoid jade beast with devastating force. The humanoid jade beast's fists were enshrouded in a golden light, and it was not fearful in the slightest as it threw a punch toward the dragon tail. The two attacks clashed, sending terrifying shockwaves through the air. Ao Mingyu was knocked back by the force of the punch, and the humanoid jade beast was also knocked, flying by the dragon tail. The humanoid jade beast was comparable to a return to void initial stage mighty figure, so Ao Mingyu was not able to gain the upper hand in this clash. Ao Mingyu could actually use a mystic technique to kill the humanoid jade beast. That was an extremely fearsome lightning technique. However, he immediately backed down after recalling Enlin's uncanny lightning manipulation technique. He had provoked a powerful human mighty figure, and he was afraid that the lightning he summoned would target him again. Furthermore, the technique was extremely energy-consuming, and he didn't have any allies here, so he could easily be targeted. Ao Mingyu was still battling the humanoid jade beast when Guluo flew toward him with ulterior motives. In the distance, Cassidy and Merlin also flew toward him with even more ulterior motives. They were already preparing spell techniques. Indignation and resentment flashed through Ao Mingyu's eyes. He let loose an enraged roar as white clouds suddenly materialized around his body. Dragon Tribe Mystic Technique, Cloud Gallop. Whoosh! Ao Mingyu's speed broke through the sound barrier as he abruptly fled into the distance. The humanoid jade beast wanted to give chase, but Ao Mingyu was simply too fast for it to catch up. Guluo had initially planned to capture this lone humanoid jade beast, but he hesitated momentarily at the sight of Cassidy and Merlin before giving up on that idea and fleeing in another direction. Cassidy and Merlin didn't give chase upon seeing the two of them fleeing so quickly. Instead, they pounced toward the final humanoid jade beast. The humanoid jade beast was very powerful, but it was still far too weak in the face of the combined attacks of two Blood Tribe return to Void Stage mighty figures. It was soon defeated, and the Golden Realm Essence crystals in its heart were extracted. Thus, Cassidy and Merlin each obtained 0.5 milliliters of holy blood, and Lin also obtained a Golden Realm Essence crystal, and he was elated. He now had a total of 32 Golden Realm Essence crystals. If other Return to Void Stage mighty figures were to find out about this, they would probably piss themselves in fear. This was too shocking, okay? In the Void Star section, the total number of Golden Realm Essence crystals that an ancient power possessed probably couldn't even compare to Enlin's. He was a Realm Essence crystal tycoon. Luck had played a role in this bountiful harvest, so Enlin wasn't going to get too smug. He swallowed a blood chi pill before carving out a cave on a jade mountain before resting and waiting for the side effects of the origin energy of the netherworld to wear off. Chapter 539. This time, Enlin had taken pills and self-detonated, so he felt like he would need to rest for a few days before he could recover. However, much to his surprise, he was able to fully recover after only half a day. This was all due to the astonishing resilience and regenerative abilities of his body of the war god. And Lin even felt like if he could use the origin energy of the netherworld for a very short period of time, he would be able to avoid the side effects of being unable to circulate his vital energy. Master, are you all right now? Cassidy quickly accepted the fact that Enlin had to rest for a while after unleashing his full power. After all, the ancient Taichu realm didn't allow mighty figures of the Return to Void final stage or above to enter. If they did, they would suffer backlash from the power of the laws of heaven and earth. In her eyes, Enlin had forcefully exposed his true power and suffered backlash from the power of the laws of heaven and earth. This was a very logical deduction. I'm fine now. Let's continue to search for Golden Realm Essence crystals. And Lin took a deep breath before swallowing another blood spirit pill. Only then did he begin to rise into the air atop his brick. "Master, if you find it inconvenient to fly on your brick, I can fly with you in my arms. It's so warm and soft." Cassidy made her way over to Enlin with a seductive smile and puffed out her proud chest as she spoke in a gentle voice. "Master, I can carry you too." Merlin immediately chimed in, and Lin's face convulsed as he shook his head. "It's fine, I'll just carry little Tian." He hugged Shui Zhantian tightly as he spoke. Shui Zhantian was warm and soft to the touch. Shui Zhantian. Everyone continued to search for mountain nodes around the Jade Mountain to see if there were any strange places like the ones they had encountered earlier. Since they had to search along the way, they didn't use their spatial powers. Instead, they continued to fly in the air. They encountered a few jade beasts along the way, including tiger-shaped jade beasts, snake-shaped jade beasts, and falcon-shaped jade beasts. Unfortunately, they either didn't have any realm essence crystals within their bodies, or they were all white or green in color. After searching for an entire day, they still came up empty-handed. "Perhaps we should go somewhere else. We've already explored the entire mountain range," Merlin said with a resigned expression. And Lin heaved a forlorn sigh. "Do you know any other places that have a higher probability of finding realm essence crystals?" "There's a place that you should know about, Cassidy. A large number of realm essence crystals often appear there. However, that place is very perilous to humans as it's a favorite place of the Void Spirit tribe." Merlin was a little hesitant. "What are you afraid of? Don't you know how powerful our master is?" Cassidy retorted, "You really don't know my strength." And Lin panicked a little. The Void Spirit tribe was the most peculiar tribe on the Tai Chu continent. They possessed all types of curses and soul techniques, and they could use tens of thousands of unimaginable methods to kill a person. "Then what's the relationship between the Void Spirit tribe and your blood tribe?" And Lin couldn't help but ask. "They're neither friend nor foe. They won't fight when they meet, and they won't help when they encounter enemies. However, we can't rule out the possibility that they'll kick us when we're down," Cassidy explained. And Lin nodded. "Let's go then. I'm now your mobile blood bank. I believe they won't take the initiative to provoke you and attack your blood bank." Merlin's chest constricted upon hearing this, and an indescribable sense of sorrow welled up in his heart. After a brief discussion, Merlin and Cassidy tore open a spatial rift and stepped into it with Enlin and Shui Zhantian in tow. Their destination was the central plate of the Void Star section, the realm of dead spirits. The realm of dead spirits was the name that everyone used to refer to this region. This region held an extremely important position in the ancient Tai Chu realm. Many mighty figures had explored this region and gathered information about it, and everyone believed that it was very likely that this was the central region of the ancient Tai Chu realm. The extremely prosperous region had now been reduced to dust. Only the countless specters remained in that area, roaming around nonstop. Some of them were violent and cruel, some of them had no desires, and some of them were filled with grief and sorrow. This could be said to be the most lively place in the ancient Tai Chu realm. It was filled with the voices of all types of wandering souls, and some of them could even converse with one another like normal living beings. The Void Spirit, tribe members of the Void Spirit realm, loved this place as there were many delicious wandering souls here. Even though not all of the wandering souls could be eaten, they would always be ecstatic when they found one. Within an ancient city, this was a vast expanse of white and yellow buildings. Many of the buildings had already been eroded to the ground, and some of them had already been reduced to dust by the passage of time. A tall black tower stood at the center of the ancient city. It was constructed from some unknown material, but even after such a long time, it still showed no signs of decay. Instead, it was glowing like a firefly under the starry night sky. A black spatial rift appeared in the air. A seductive woman in a black robe arrived here with a man and a white ball in tow. Behind her, there was a man with short golden hair and a slightly thin figure. This is the realm of dead spirits. According to our calculations, we should be in the southwest direction of the realm of dead spirits, the woman said. And Lin looked down at the dilapidated ancient city down below. There were all types of courtyards and pavilions that stretched as far as the eye could see. Just from this alone, he could imagine how prosperous this place must have been in the past. Not only do we have to be wary of the Void Spirit tribe here, but we also have to be careful of falling into illusions. The illusions here are very powerful, and 2 Blood Tribe seniors were driven insane by the illusions here 2,000 years ago, Merlin cautioned. And Lin's heart jolted with shock upon hearing this. Most returned to void stage powerful beings had extremely powerful Tao hearts. Even so, they were driven insane by the illusions here. Just how terrifying would the illusions be? I heard that fragments of the realm core will appear here. Master, how much blood is the reward for 1 fragment of the realm core? Cassidy looked at Lin with an expectant expression, and Lin was perplexed. What the F***CK was a fragment of the realm core. Before he had a chance to say anything, Merlin chuckled lightly. You still want to find fragments of the realm core? You sure know how to dream. Things like that can only be found by chance. After a round of exploration in the ancient Tai Chu realm, the 16 ancient powers may not even be able to find a single fragment of the realm core. And Lin was quite surprised to hear this. 10 milliliters of blood for 1 fragment of the realm core. Cassidy and Merlin both turned to look at Lin with peculiar expressions on their faces, as if they wanted to say something, but were hesitant to do so. Master, do you have some kind of misunderstanding regarding the realm core? Cassidy hesitated momentarily before deciding to speak, and Lin blinked with a sheepish expression. What is it? Is the price wrong? Merlin immediately provided an explanation. When a world collapses, the matter within it is converted into realm essence crystals, which can also be used to rebuild the world. The laws of that world and the Tao of all things converge to form the realm core. Fragments of the realm core are objects that have been infused with the laws of the world and the Tao of all things. It can be said that each and every fragment of the realm core is invaluable, regardless of whether it is used to construct the core of a world or to progress to the Tao integration stage. And Lin's eyes lit up upon hearing this. That sounded like it was going to be very valuable. But why didn't Emperor Zue mention this? Oh, right, this was something that could only be found in the Void Star section. Celestial immortals of the Return to Void stage should know about it, but it was useless for Soul Formation stage cultivators to know about it. And Lin pondered for a moment before replying, 30 milliliters of blood for 1 fragment of the realm core. Expressions of elation appeared on Cassidy and Merlin's faces upon hearing this. Let's go, Master. Let's go find the fragments of the realm core. Cassidy was extremely excited. No, our priority is to find the golden realm essence crystals. And Lin replied with a serious expression. That's true. Fragments of the realm core can only be found by chance, so we'll just have to go with the flow. Master is quite clear-headed. Merlin praised with a smile, and Lin heaved a forlorn sigh in his heart. His lifeblood was the most important, so he had to be clear-headed. Chapter 540. As Lin walked along the streets of the ancient city, balls of twisted black energy flew past him, bringing with them bursts of bone-chilling cold. These balls of twisted black energy were unconscious spirits that roamed the city all day long. They wouldn't attack people of their own volition, but those with weaker consciousnesses could still be injured if they were to accidentally collide into them. Merlin's flag played a very important role in this situation. He used the flag to release a few powerful battle spirits to open up a path ahead of him. The wandering spirits seemed to be able to sense the killing intent imbued by the battle spirits and would all automatically avoid them. Steamed buns. Piping hot steamed meat buns. Sir, this is the most unique seafood restaurant in Chi Lu City. Would you like to come in and have a try? Come, come, come. The North Star Miscellaneous Goods Shop is a very honest shop. Young master, come over here. We have the prettiest girls here. One voice after another reverberated through the streets, as if they were recounting the bustling days of the past. And Lin didn't feel like there was anything to be afraid of. Instead, he looked around at the surrounding spirits with a hint of sympathy. He didn't really understand how these wandering souls existed, nor did he understand why these wandering souls, which even the void spirit tribe detested and refused to devour, existed. They weren't pure bodies of energy, nor were they true life forms. Instead, they were more like traces of life that had once existed. As they traversed through the ancient city, there were countless talking spirits everywhere. And Lin shook his head and heaved a light sigh with a hint of disappointment on his face. He had always felt that, as a spirit, they should be very eerie and quiet, occasionally blowing cold winds into the ears of lone travelers to scare them. Wailing spirits all over the streets. What the F***CK, this was completely out of character. After walking for a while longer, a female spirit in a red dress, with a deathly pale complexion, suddenly emerged from the ground. The female spirit let loose a piercing shriek as soon as she appeared, and her piercing shriek caused the ground to crack open. And Lin and the others covered their ears while Merlin slapped the female spirit to death with a disgruntled expression. These types of special spirits seemed to drop some items after they were killed. For example, this female spirit dropped blue realm essence crystals after she was slapped to death. Not long after, a butcher who was more than 10 meters tall came out with a cleaver in his hand. The fat butcher let out a strange cry as he charged at Lin and the others. The kitchen knife in his hand rose and fell, creating a sharp sound as it sliced through the air. He was then slapped to death by Merlin with an impatient palm. After the apparition disappeared, a green realm essence crystal appeared on the ground. Who would have thought that such a large specter would drop something worse than the female specter? There were many monsters along the way, and Lin and the others pondered for a moment before heading straight for the black tower in the center of the ancient city. The pagoda was over 1,000 meters tall and extremely thick. It stood in the center of the ancient city, like a giant pillar that could support the heavens. It's such an obvious tower. If there was anything good inside, it would have been taken long ago, right? And Lin said helplessly. However, Cassidy didn't seem to think so, and she said, "You're still underestimating the vastness of the Void Star section. There are many places that we only have a rough idea of, and there are still many unexplored and unknown places. Besides, even if a place has been plundered in the past, it's still possible for new realm essence crystals to appear after 500 years. Merlin also explained they had already accepted the fact that their master was very bad **s, but his knowledge of the Void Star section was very limited. Hence, they were very patient in their explanations. Before they knew it, they had arrived at the foot of the tower. To their surprise, there were 2 elderly men in red robes standing outside the tower. "Welcome, welcome, welcome, esteemed guests, to the star-plucking tower." Such a polite welcome, and Lin's lips twitched. Logically speaking, this scene was very strange, especially when the city was filled with specters. As if they had heard in Lin's words, the 2 elderly men in red robes spoke again. "Friends from afar." A tall and thin elderly man waggled his head. "How delightful." A short and stocky elderly man chimed in. Shuezhantian was also very excited. "Master, these 2 elderly men don't look like idiotic spirits. They're so interesting, full of wit and endless profundities." Merlin raised a hand with an impatient expression. "Why don't we just slap them to death?" And Lin felt like Merlin was right. To think that there were people in the ancient Tai Chu realm who could recite the Analects of Earth. He was just about to nod in agreement when the 2 elderly men became excited again. "Woo-woo! Eat the apple of the wild." The tall and thin elderly man waggled his head. "I have guests to play the lute and the flute. The stocky, elderly man chimed in. His voice had only just fallen when the stocky, elderly man pulled out a guqin from somewhere before slapping his hands onto the strings. Merlin's hand was also extremely fast. Almost at the exact same moment, his massive crimson palm descended from the sky with a vast and powerful aura. The crimson palm hadn't even reached the ground, but a massive palm indentation had already appeared on the ground. Ha! Ha! The tall and thin elderly man unleashed a fist toward the massive palm in the sky. His fist caused spatial cracks to appear all over the place, and the space around him was twisted into an oblate shape. The monstrous power behind his fist shattered the massive crimson palm, and the shockwaves created by the fist proliferated outward for close to 10 kilometers, causing even the black pagoda to tremor slightly. But you don't reciprocate. The tall and thin elderly man remained calm and collected. You're molesting me, the stocky elderly man interjected. The tall and thin elderly man extended 2 index fingers and abruptly jabbed his own temple. The stocky elderly man plucked the strings of his guqin. Whoosh! A peculiar sound wave proliferated outward. The space around them twisted and warped as boundless energy and matter enshrouded the entire space. Be careful. This is a forced, illusionary realm, Cassidy yelled in a panicked voice, and Lin's heart jolted with shock upon hearing this, and he immediately unleashed a defensive spell technique to enshroud his body. However, in the next instant he felt as if his head had been struck by the sound wave. Then, in a trance, everything around him changed. The bright sun shone down upon the earth, and a light breeze blew past as all types of scents began to waft through the air. There was the scent of buns, the scent of noodles, and even the scent of rouge from a woman walking past him. That's right, he was surrounded by a bustling crowd. And Lin blinked in bewilderment as he looked around at the vibrant and bustling streets before him. Mom, buy me a candied haw. I want that. A crisp, pleasant voice sounded. An adorable little girl with braided hair tugged on the hand of a woman as she spoke to a vendor on the side of the road with an excited expression. All right. I'll get it for you right away. A warm smile appeared on the woman's face as she led the little girl toward the vendor. Out of the way, out of the way. Just as Lin was feeling a little dazed, his body was suddenly pushed to the side. Then a wooden hand-pulled cart, filled with goods, slowly pulled past him. This was a very realistic feeling. Regardless of whether it was the scene before him, the sounds, the sense of touch, the sense of smell, or the flow of vital energy, everything was extremely realistic, as if he were in a real world, however. And Lin knew that this was all an illusion. No matter how realistic it was, he had already determined in his heart that this was an illusionary realm. However, and Lin was starting to get a headache. He knew that this was only an illusionary realm that the 2 red-robed elderly men had used against him. But how was he supposed to break through this illusionary realm? He had no idea.